preprocessor of a CSS. So I want you to just remember that. So now we learn like what is a Sass. So Sass is a preprocessor of a CSS, and it stands from syntactically awesome style sheet. So this is what a Sass is. So I want you to just think about CSS is like a programming language. So if you already work with a programming language, so I want you to think about CSS is a programming language. If you haven't worked with a programming language before, so I want you to just skip ahead just for I don't know, for a few minutes or so. So if you already work with a programming language before, like JavaScript, Ruby, or I don't know, some sort of Golang, Python, or whatever programming language you've worked with before, so I want you to just imagine CSS as a programming language. So now if you want to work with a CSS as a programming language, so what do I mean by CSS as a programming language? I want you to imagine that you can use if statement, else statement, like conditional statement, for loops, while loops, and all of that iteration loops and stuff. And I also want you to think about CSS is like you can use variables, you can use functions, you can use lists, you can use maps like object, you can use all of that programming language stuff in Sass. So all of their power will come from a Sass. So if you want to use CSS as a programming language, so for that you would need to work with the Sass. So all of that syntax will be the same. Like if you want to provide a color to something, like let me just right click on somewhere and let me just select something like, I don't know, if you want to provide color out to this one, so you're going to be first of all selecting that thing, and you're going to be just writing like color, and then maybe teal or pink would be fine, and you're going to be using the same syntax. But Sass will gives us a lot more stuff than that. So the syntax will be the same, but there are a few things which we have to learn in this course. So we are going to be learning a lot about Sass in this course, so you don't have to worry about any of them for now. So that was just a quick definition of a Sass. Anyways, so now let me just talk to you about these documentation and stuff. So if you want to get into this main website of a Sass, so you would just write SASS and then -lang for lang or language and then .com. It will now bring you to this Sass website right here. So now you might be thinking like, where can I learn about Sass in this website? So you can either click on learn Sass, but all of them are confusing. So you can just quick Google search like whatever you want to learn about Sass, or you can just click on this documentation. So if you want to search for some specific thing in mind, like let's suppose if I didn't explain some topic very well and you want to learn more about that, so you can just click on this search and it will now give us this pop-up box right here, and you can learn about that specific topics. Like I don't know, like if you want to learn about functions, so you can just write functions, okay, and you can just hit enter and it will now bring you to a functions right here. So you can learn about a function like built-in function, custom function, like you can create your own functions in Sass as well, which we are going to be also learning as well. Okay, so you can also use the shortcut by holding Control or Command and hitting K. So it will also give you that pop-up box right here. So you can learn about operators, operators. So there are a huge list of operators which you can learn. So we have like equal to, double equal to, plus, minus, division, subtraction, and blah blah blah. So we have all of that operators right here. So you can learn more about that if you want to. But I'm done with the introduction of Sass, and you can learn about that in your spare time. So now the next question is that how in the world can we use Sass? So for that you need two things. The first thing you need is some sort of a code editor in which you're going to be writing your code, like your Sass code. And the second thing you need is some sort of a browser in which you can test the result of your coding. So my recommendation will be to use Visual Studio Code Editor as your code editor, because we are going to be writing all of our code throughout this course inside a Visual Studio Code Editor. If you want to use something else like, I don't know, Sublime or JetBrains or GetBrains or Atom or whatever you want to use, so you can use that if you want to. But my suggestion will be to use Visual Studio Code Editor throughout this course, because both of them are industry leaders. So mark my word. Anyway, so now if you want to download a Visual Studio Code Editor, you can just come to this link, which is code.visualstudio.com. It will now bring you to this page right here, and you can learn more about that. I have got entire course on Visual Studio Coder. Anyways, so if you want to download that, so you can either click on this button, it will automatically detect your operating system, but if it didn't, so you can just click on this drop down menu right here. You can download it for Mac, for Windows, for Linux, whichever operating system you're using. I happen to be using Windows, so I've already downloaded and installed that, and you should do the same. So the next thing is that I'm going to be using throughout this course Chrome, like Google Chrome. You can download that, and I'm going to also give you that same links, like both of these links, in the description below if you want to check that out, if you want to download it in your machine. Anyway, so that was for a setup, and in the description below I'm going to also give you a link which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you should download this folder from it. So in this folder, let me just make that bigger. So in this folder you will find all of that starter file for this course, in which we are going to be working throughout this course, and you are going to be also found a finished project after I finish recording this course. So you will also find a finished project. You can check out the coding, you can also check out the project which you are going to be building at the end of this course. So what I want you to do is that open this folder in a Visual Studio Coder. So I'll just open that, and let me just write code and hit enter, and it will now open that folder in our Visual Studio Coder right here. Okay, so here you can see, first of all, we are going to be learning about variables. Then we are going to be learning about nesting, import and partials, mixin, extend, and Sass operators, Sass function, interpolation, directives, and finally we are going to be building our project. So these are the folder and files which we are going to be using throughout this course. And let me just mention one more thing, and if you are using like a Visual Studio Coder, the same like me, so for that you can just open these what do you call it, I don't have any markdown file right here. Anyway, so we have markdown file right here. Now if you want to check the preview of that markdown file, so what do you have to do? You just have to first of all double click on that markdown file, so it will activate it for you. And now the next thing which you have to do is that now I want you to hit F1. It will now give you this something right here. You don't have to worry about that for now, and you just have to type like greater than sign and then a markdown preview. So if you hit enter, it will now give you the preview of that coding right here. You don't have to worry about what a markdown is, but these are kind of what do we call it, notes. You can check that out if you want to. Anyway, so that's a side note if you already don't know about that in Visual Studio Coder. And the next thing I want you to install as a setup is extensions. So I'm going to go to extension panel right here, and I'm going to be installing something called, where is that? Alright, so I'm going to be installing that. So you just have to search for live Sass compiler. It will now give you that live Sass compiler by whom? Let me just see, by Glenn Marks. So I want you to just install this one, not the first one, because that one is deprecated. So I want you to just install this one, like from Glenn Marks. Anyway, so install that, and then we are going to be writing our coding. So the first topic which you're going to be learning in this course is something called variables in Sass. So if you want to work with variables, so we have these images right here which you don't have to worry about any of them for now. I'm going to just create a file. Let me just give a name of like index.html, and I'm going to make it a bit bigger. Let me just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And the next file I'm going to be creating is something called index. Let me just write index.scss, not index.css, but index.scss. And now if you hit enter right here, and here you can see it will now give you the preview of that file, which is a Sass file right here. And the next thing I would do is that I have already hide my, let me just go back, like so, and let me just get my activity bar right here. So the next thing I want you to do, once you create both of these files right here, so we don't have any code whatsoever inside both of these files, so I want you to just click on watch Sass right here. So if you click on that, and it will just create these files for you. So it will just create an index.scss file for you, and also this index.css.map file for you. You don't have to worry about this map file, but I want you to just notice this file. So let me just open both of these files side by side. So I'm going to open this file right here and that file right here. So we have Sass file right here and we have CSS file right here. So I'm going to remove that. And now let me just write some code. So I'm going to just write some code which you don't have to worry about for now. I'm going to write like color, and it will be now set to I don't know, teal right here. And now I'll just select my body, and I'm going to be just using BG and then color. And now if I save my SCSS file, so I want you to just notice this area. Let me just hit Control S and boom. Here you can see it will now compile our Sass code to this CSS right here. So here you can see we don't have that variable right here. So we create a variable right here and we provide a value of teal to it, so we are just getting the result. It will now compile all of that Sass code to this CSS code right here. I'm going to hide this area. You can just unhide it. I want to give you a presentation mode so you don't have to worry about that for now. Anyways, so here you can see it will now just compile all of our Sass code to this CSS. That's because of this extension which we install right here. Let me just go to extensions, and here you can see that extension right here. So this extension will install, I mean not install, but this extension will compile our Sass code to our CSS code right here. So you can use Koala for this kind of stuff, but I'm not going to be recommending you that, not right now. If you want to work with a bigger project, so you can also use Koala for that. Anyways, so now we are inside our variables folder right here, and we just created two files, index.html and index.scss file, and we just write a few codes and it will now give you the result of that coding. So what I'll do, I'll just remove this file right here. I'm gonna grab this file right here, grab that index.css file and make it side by side. Oh, you know what, I'm not gonna be making that side by side. Let me just write doc type HTML in it, and let me just write variables right here, and I'm gonna now link it, but not index.scss file, but in this case we will just link it with this compiled version right here. So like index.css, not scss. So we will just link it with index.css file right here. So now if you save our file, and let me just collapse this head area right here, and let me just get my, you know, we're not going to be doing anything. Then I'll just right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open our file in live server. So it will just take a bit of time because it's the first time. And now here you can see the results. So the background color is set to teal. That's because we wrote this variable right here and we give the value of like teal. We can change that to crimson, and boom, we are getting the same results. So you don't have to worry about this stuff for now. And here you can see everything is working. If something is not working, so feel free to message me on my Twitter and I'll be more than happy to help you out. So I'm going to remove everything from here, save it, and we don't have anything. So now let's get into our first topic, which is variables in Sass. So like, what in the world is a variable? So if you already watch my HTML and CSS course, so you already know what a variables is. If you don't, let me just give you a quick introduction of a variable. So in programming in general, a variable is something in which we store a value. You can think about a variable as like some sort of a container. So you have a container and you're going to be storing your value inside that container, and you can reuse that container again and again and again inside your project. So I know this stuff can be a little bit confusing. I'm going to be making a project by using variables. You don't have to worry about any of them for now. I want you to just remember this, is that variable is some sort of a container in which we put a lot of, or not a lot of our code, but one value inside that, and then we can reuse that variable again and again. So now the next thing is that how in the world we are going to be building our variable, like what will be the syntax of creating a variable. So what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to write a $sign, and then you can give him any kind of name you like. So you can give him like apple, you can give him banana, you can give him orange, you can give him the name of like colors, you can give him the name of like I don't know, center. You can give him any name you like, but there are just a few things which you have to remember. So you cannot put a spaces in there. So if I just write like first, and now if I want to provide a name, so if I just hit space right here, and if I just write name, so Sass compiler will be now confused. It will think like this is the variable, and I don't know what in the world is that even means. So it's not a value, it's nothing. If you just write, I don't know, like orange, so if I just write color or whatever orange, it will still give us that error. So here you can see use the conjunction and blah blah blah. You don't have to worry about that, but it will give us that error. So I'm going to just remove that, and you cannot provide that. So if you want to separate your name, so for that you can either use camel cases, so like first, and then if you want to write the second word, so the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase. So this is known as a camel case. And you can also separate it by using a dashes. So if I just write first name, and I can provide a value to it like orange or whatever the name I want, or whatever the value to be precise. Okay, so this is how we can create our variable. So in this case, I'm going to be creating a variable for colors. So let me just write a variable, and let me just write a dollar sign and give a name of like color, or you know what, red. And red color would be fine, or red color. So now if I want to store the value of color, so I can just write a value of red. Okay, so now we successfully create our variable right here. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to use this variable somewhere. So if you want to use this variable somewhere, so for that we have to select that thing that where we want to use that variable. So what I'll do, I'll just write a body right here, and I want to use this variable inside my body. So I can use it for background color, I can use it for text color, and all of that kind of good stuff. So I can also use it for linear gradients if I want to. So let me just write, I don't know, let me just write a background right here. So background color. And now if I want to use this variable, so we just have to write the name of that variable. So what is the name of our variable? The name of our variable is red color, but we have to first of all write a dollar sign and then the name of our variable. So in this case, we are going to be using red and color. So if you save our file, and here you can see the color is now changed to red. And now if you change that to something else like maybe green, and now if you save that, it will now change the color to green. We can change it to sky blue. It will now change it to sky blue. We can change it to steel blue. Is that the name is wrong or some steel blue? Yeah, steel blue spelling is that. Anyways, so you can reuse that value again and again. So let's suppose if you have a header, let me just write header, you give them a height of like 100 v, or not 100 but 50 vh, and you want to change the background color or the text color, and you want to use that red color in here, or in this case I'm going to change that to red right here, and let me just write header. So if I just write header, save our file, save this file, and it will cover 50. Let's just see. Okay, so let's just comment line out, and here you can see it will now use us the header area right here. So this is how we can create a variable, and this is how we can use a variable. Alright, so now let's just build project which will be only focusing on variables. So now that we learn what a variable is, now let's just build a project by using variables. So if you guys don't know what HTML and CSS is, so you can check out my other video on HTML and CSS. So if you guys already know HTML and CSS, so then you're going to be in a good shape. So I'm going to just write a section with a class of container. Inside this section, I'm going to be creating a section for card. And now inside there, we are going to be creating our first div. I'm going to give a name of like, not name, but a class of image, and also img-1. Okay, so let me just create a paragraph with the class of info, and I'm going to be just putting a few info, like I don't know, 10 would be fine, or not 10 but 15 would be fine. So if you save our file, so now we can just duplicate this line of code a few times. So we have card, so this is going to be the first one, second one, third one, and fourth one. So let me just change the value inside there. So image1, and this is going to be the image2, and this is going to be the image 3, and this is going to be the image 4. So we are going to be just changing the value of these images and nothing else. So if you save them, and if you check it out, and here you can see we just have our 4 paragraph right here. Okay, so I'm going to just remove these stuff from here. And now let's just go to our index.sass file. Okay, so the first thing I would do is that I'm going to be creating a few variables. So I'm going to be creating a variable for a main color, color, like so, and I'm going to change the color to C8DEFF. So this is going to be our main color, kind of a sky bluish kind of color. So now let me just get my body right here, and I'm going to be just writing a background, and background will be now set to linear gradient. Okay, so let me just write linear gradient, and it will be now set to this color, A5AAE9CC. So this is going to be our first color, and the second color I'm going to be using as gradient is C9A F6. So this is going to be our second color. And now if you save our file, and here you can see this is how it looks like right here. Now let me just get this container right here, and now let's just style that a bit. I'm going to just write my container, and let's get into it. And let me just write what I'm gonna just set everything to the center, so I'm gonna just use a flexbox. If you guys don't know what a flexbox is, again, you can check out my course on HTML and CSS. So we have align item and everything will be now set to center like so. Alright, so now let's just style each of our cards. So we have this card class right here, this card class right there, there like 4 times. So now if you want to select that, so for that we can just use our card, and now let's just change the background color to be main color. So now let me just reuse my variable right here. So let me just write main color. So this is going to be the background color, and here you can see this is how we apply our main color to it. So if you change that to something else like I don't know, like red, save that, it will now give us a red color right here. Okay, so that's cool. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to specify the maximum width to it. It will be now set to 280 pixel, and I'm gonna also provide a little bit of padding in it. So if you just write padding, yeah, that's looking better. And let me just write line height of 24 pixels. So 24 pixel will be the line height. I'm going to also give a margin of 4 rem all around, and I'm going to be using position of relative because we are going to be also rendering our images as well. So this is now perfectly working right now. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to style each of these images class. So we have image class right here, and we have 4 times this image class. So now let me just get there real quick. So we specify position relative on a card. Now let me just get my image, and I'm gonna just provide a width to be like 70 pixel, and the height will be also set to 7. Let me just get my 70 and pixel. And I'm going to set a border radius to be like 100%, and I'm going to also change the border to be 5 pixels solid and white. So if you save our file, and now here you can see we are now getting our image circles right here, so the area for our images. So we are going to be rendering our images just in a second, and now let me just use a position of absolute in it, and the right value I'm going to set that to minus 30 pixel, and the bottom value I'm going to be just setting that to 110 pixels. So now if you save that, and boom. So the final thing which you have to do is that we have to just render these images in these appropriate areas. So we give each of them a classes of img1, img2, 3 and 4 right here. So now let's just render our images inside them. So let me just write img and then -1. So I'm going to be just using background image. Okay, so let me just write a background image, or you know what, I'm not going to be using background image. Instead, I'm going to be just using background because we are going to be using our shortcut. So let me just go to my images folder, and I'm going to just select my first image right here. So if you save that, here you can see you're now getting the image, but it's not completely centered and all of that stuff. So if you want to make that center, so for that we can just write like all of that, like background, a repeat of no repeat, background position of center, background size of cover. So if you just write that and save it, and now here you can see we are now getting this image right here. But what do we have to do? We have to copy and paste all of these properties for these other images as well. So let me just copy that, let me just duplicate that 1, 2 and 3 times more. So now let me just change that to 2 and change this image to be 2.jpg, and this is going to be the image 3, and we can just write image 3, and we are just repeating ourselves. I know, I'm going to refactor this code just in a second, and then we have a 4, and now let's just change that to 4. And now if we save that, and let's just see, here you can see all of their images are working the way we expect them to work, and we are almost done with our project. But the thing is that we are repeating ourselves right here. So here you can see we have all of that code right here again and again and again. And just imagine, like if we have 1,000 images, so we would also repeat our code that much time as well. So what can we do for that? So for that we can use our variables. So let me just use a shorthand property for that. So let me just create a variable, and I'm going to give a name of like bg and then img, and then it will be now set to center. So you can give any kind of name you like, but I just like this name bg, like for background, then image and center, or we can also just set that to cover if you want to, but I'm going to just stick to the image center. Anyways, so now the first value I'm going to be using is that no repeat. So I'm going to be using this shorthand, and we are going to be reusing that again and again. So now the next property which we are going to be using is that background position. So it will be now set to center. You can set that to top, to bottom, however you like, but in my case I'm going to just stick that to center, and then slash, and then the final value I'm going to be setting that to something called background size property, and it will be now set to totally cover. So now we create this variable right here. So now if you save our file, nothing will happen right here, but we can now remove all of this code. So I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove this code, this coding, and also this coding as well. So if you just remove all of that, now let's just save our file, and here you can see everything is not working the way we expect them to work. So now we can just reuse that variable right here. So I'm going to write a $sign and then bg image centered. So if you just save our file, and here you can see this first image is now fixed. Now let me just copy this one, and I'm going to paste it right here, and also right here. So now if you save that, and everything is now perfectly working, and everything is now totally centered and covered. Anyways, so now we are totally done with this project, but the final thing which you have to do is that we have to get a Roboto font, and we have to use that. So for that, I'm going to just go to my fonts.google.com, and let's just search for a font called Roboto. And let me just search for okay, so let me just remove all of these fonts from my previous projects. Say bye-bye to them. Arabic font. Alright, so Roboto. Okay, and I'm going to just select this one, and let me just get the font weight of 300. So scroll down, and just a regular one, not a italic one, but just a regular one. So I'm going to get that one, and I'm going to also get a 400 as well, so regular ones. And okay, I forgot I'm going to click on that, and now let's just click on this import, and I'm going to copy this link from there, go up above, and let me just paste this link right here, and I'm going to copy this font family from there, and I'm going to be using it inside my body, I guess, so, or inside this container to be precise. So I'm going to just save our file, and now let's just see. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work, and we can also store that in some variable if you want to. So I'm going to just copy that or cut it from here. We can also create a different variable for that as well. So now let me just write, like, I don't know, I'm going to give a name of like main dash font or font like so, and I'm going to just store the value of this Roboto font right here, and then we can reuse this variable right here. So we have main, not color, but a font. So if you save our file, and let's just see. Alright, so everything is working. Alright, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. With that being said, we are also totally done with our first project. So say bye-bye to them. And now let me just get into the nesting. So first of all, let's just learn about like what in the world is the nesting even mean. So I'm going to just open this toggler, and I'm going to just select this markdown preview, and here you can see Sass lets you nest CSS selector in the same way as HTML. So in Sass you can also do nesting. So if you have like navigation and then UL and then li and then anchor tag, so first of all you're going to be writing or parent selector, and then you can use your nested selector as well. So you can also go deeper than that. So you can just highlight that, cut that from here, you can paste it inside this UL, or you can also cut this anchor tag and you can put it inside this li and all of that stuff. So notice that the Sass, the UL, li and the selectors are nested inside the nav selector. Anyway, so now let me just show you all of that in action. So I'm going to say bye-bye to that one. I'm going to create a new file, give a name of like index.html. I'm going to create a new file, give a name of like style.scss, not just a CSS but SCSS. I'm going to create my doc type of nesting, and now let's just link that towards CSS. So style.css in this case, we don't have that file right here, but it will just create it just in a second. So I'm going to hide this head area. Now I'm going to just unhide that status bar one more time, and I'm going to just stop there, and I'm going to just restart it right here. So it will now create all of that files right here. So we have that style.css file, and we have this style.css.map file right here. So I'm going to just hide that, and let's just hide that bottom bar as well. So now we are totally good to go. Anyways, so we can do nesting as I said, just like HTML. So if you have header, inside this header we have or navigation, inside this navigation we have a UL, inside this UL we have a li, inside this li we have our anchor tag. And now let's just duplicate that for I don't know, like 4 times, and we can also put our text inside that if you want to. So let me just hit enter right here. So here you can see we have first of all header, then we have our navigation inside this header, then we have this UL, then we have our li, then we have our anchor tag, and we just have different kind of text for them. And I forgot to include this pound symbol right here, which means that it will go to nowhere. Alright, so now if you save our file, right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open this file in a live server right here. So everything is working that we expect him to work. So in Sass, if you want to do a nesting, so first of all you select our header area. So I'm gonna just select my header area. Let me just zoom in a bit, and curly braces, and we can just give him a height of like I don't know 50 VH for viewport height. And I'm gonna also give him a background color to be like I don't know, crimson would be fine. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now selecting our header and we are applying this color to it. So now if you want to select this navigation which is inside this header, so for that you just have to hit enter, and then you can just write it inside there. So you can just write nav and then opening curly brace and closing curly brace. So if I hit enter, and you can just do nesting stuff with that. So now let's suppose if you want to get like I don't know, you want to use a display of flex, and now if you save that, let's just see, you know, I'm gonna just provide a border of 5 pixels solid white to it. So if you save that, and not white but teal will be fine. So if you save that, and here you can see it will also apply that teal color to it. If you want to go more deeper than that, so you can also select or navigation or UL to be precise. Like if you want to get this UL, so you can also get this UL inside this navigation. So we can just use UL and then opening curly brace and closing curly brace. Inside this UL we can just use like I don't know, display of flex. So if you save that, and here you can see it's also working, we can just do like text declaration of none. Oh yeah, it will not work. And now if you want to select that li which is inside this UL, so you can also go that much deeper if you want to. So you can also select this li, some code for the li. You can also select your anchor tag and some code for that anchor tag as well. So these are known as a nesting. So let me just remove this li stuff from here, save our file, and we can also just separate that. So I'm gonna cut that and I'm going to paste it right here. So which means that header, inside this header we have our navigation, and then we have outside from this navigation we have our UL right here. So everything will still work. So you can go crazy or you can just go like normal if you want to. So that was just a quick preview of that nesting. So I'm going to save my file and I'm going to remove all of this header area from here. Alright, so now let's just build our navigation projects. So what I'll do is that first of all, I'm gonna save this file, and we don't have no content, nothing inside there. Is that now let me just create a header. So I'm gonna just create a header with the class of container, and this project will be only focusing on the nesting part of Sass. So inside this header we have our navigation, inside this navigation we have our UL, inside this UL we have our li, and each of this li will have anchor text. So now let's just duplicate that for about like 4 times, not that much. So let's just provide parentheses. It will now use us that anchor tags right here. So the first thing I would do is I'm going to just provide home, and this is going to be now set to about, this is going to be now set to contact, and finally we have our register button right here. So register like so. So now this is going to be our HTML. So first of all we have a header with a class of container, then we have navigation, then we have a UL. Inside this UL we have our LIs, different kind of LIs right here, and inside each of these LI we have our different kind of anchor text right here. So this is going to be our HTML coding. So now let's get into our Sass, and now let's just do our magic. So if you check it out, and this is how it looks like right here. So what I'll do, we have an image right here which we are going to be using, and if you've already downloaded a starter file, so you will have access to this image. If not, so you can also use your own image if you want to. So I'll just select my container, so which is that container. I'm going to select that, and what I'll do is that I'll just provide a background image of, now it will be set to the URL of that image. So I'm going to remove this course from here, and I'm going to select it manually, like so. Come on, man. Alright, so now this is going to be our image, and the next thing I will do is that I'll just provide a background of position, and it will be now set to totally right, and I'm going to also set the background size, and it will be now set to totally cover, and the background repetition will be now set to no repeat, and I'm going to also give 100 VH of height to it. So now if you save that, and this is how it looks like, but it's ugly. So let me just write a reset for myself. So let's just select everything. Margin will be 0, padding will be also not pad, come on, padding will be also set to 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. And now if you save that, and here you can see it's now looking totally better. Alrighty, it's looking awesome. And now let's just start working on these navigation and nesting. So we have selected our container right here. So what else do we have to do for that? So we can just use our display prop and all of that good stuff. So I can just write display of flags. So if you save that, and yeah, it's not working, I don't know why. Let's just see, border of 2 pixels solid white. So if you save that, alright, so we are just providing display of flex to, yeah, it will not work just right now. We have to change the flex direction. It will be now set to column, and justify will be now set to what? Center. Okay, so justify content will be now not set to center but flex end rather. And if you save that, it will now push it to the end right here. So that's awesome. Now let's get our UL right here, which is this UL right here. So now let's get that. Let me just write a UL. So we're not going to be going into that much craziness. So I'm going to just change the font family to sans serif. You can choose whichever kind of font family you like. And I'm going to also provide a margin bottom of 1.5 rem to it. So if you save that, and yeah, we did provide our margin bottom to it, but we cannot see the line because we have to change that to inline. So now if you want to get our li, so we can either use it inside this UL, like we can just use the li right here, but in this case I'm going to just cut that from here, and I'm going to just use it outside right here. So if you save that, and now I'm going to provide styling for this li. So I'll just provide display of inline to it, and list style I'm going to just remove that and set that to none. And yeah, that's looking better, and we can just go a little bit deeper inside this li. So let me just write my anchor tag. I'm going to change the color to totally white. You can use the hexadecimal value if you want to. Margin will be 20 pixel all around, and text decoration will be now set to none. And padding for the bottom, I'm going to be giving him like 5 pixels. So now if you save that, and now here you can see we have our perfect navigation right here. So what else do you have to do? We can also do nesting for a pseudo selector like hover. In this case, let me just use a hover. I can just use a and then hover, and let me just write a border bottom of 1 pixel solid white to it. So if you save that, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, and here you can see that 1 pixel of border at the end right here. And now we are totally done with our second project as well. So this is how you can do nesting in Sass. So let me just go out, and first of all we have our container or section, whatever you want to call it, and then we have our UL. We can also put all of this content. Let me just cut that from here, and we can also put it inside this UL if you want to. So if you just paste it, save it, and it will still work. If I hover my mouse over to it, so it will still work, but I'm not that much a fan of these kind of stuff. But anyway, so that's it, and I'm going to remove that. And now let's just learn about the next topic, which is import and partials. So I'm going to click on that, and I'm going to click on this readme.md and open it with what we have. Yeah, markdown preview. And now I'm going to just zoom out, or you know what, let's zoom in a bit. So we have partials in Sass. So what are partials? So Sass gives the CSS code dry, which means like do not repeat yourself. One way to write dry code is to keep related code in a separate file, and this process is also known as a separation of concern. You can create small file with CSS snippet to include it in other Sass file. Example of such file can be research file, variables, colors, font size, etc. And the import import directive, which you're going to be learning very shortly, will allow you to include the content of that one file into another file. Okay, so I know this stuff can be a little bit gibberish. Basically all of this gibberish means that we can put our project into different kind of chunks. So we can create a chunk for variables or files for variables, and different kind of files for colors, for reset, and all of that kind of good stuff. So I know these are just a little bit confusing, so now let's just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna right click on it and create a file, give a name of like index.html. I'm gonna create a new file and give a name of like style.css, not css but scss. And now let me just unhide this status bar one more time. Click on this watching and it will stop watching, and let's just see here. You can see we don't have that style.css file, but if you click on this watch Sass, so it will now create this file for us right here. Okay, and it will still watching that file. Let me just unhide it for now, and now let me just write doc type HTML in it, and let me just give a name of what is the name of this? Okay, so imports and partials, like so. And now let me just link there to our CSS file right here, not the map one but just a regular style.css file. And let me just hide this head area from there, and I'm gonna just zoom out, go inside this body area. And what do we mean by that important partial and that kind of stuff? So now let's suppose we have a header, then we have a section, and then we have article. Let me just write article, come on, article, like this one, come on, I can't even type. And then finally we have a footer. So we have different kind of headings and stuff. Like here, let me just write header, or I'm gonna just remove that server file. Let me give a label of header to this one, section label to this one, and article label to that one, and finally we have footer. So I'm going to give a label of footer. So if you save that, and let's just right click on it and open it with live server, so it will now open this file in a live server right here. So what I'll do is that I'll go to my style.css file, and I'm going to first of all selecting on header, and I'm going to give him a height of height of 40, or not 40 but 50 vh for viewport height, and I'm going to give him background color to be like, I don't know, teal, on what, sky blue. And now if you save that, so here you can see we provide some styling to this header area right here. Now let me just select my section. So let me just write a section, and what did I do? Let's just remove that, and let me just write a height of 20, not pixel but viewport height, and I'm going to provide a background color of that to be crimson. And now if you save that, so this is going to be our section, and let's just duplicate that and change that to article, like so, and change this one to be 10 viewport height. So the background color will be now in this case set to teal. Save file, and this is now our article right here. And finally, let me just hit enter. We have our footer area, so footer will be now set to 100 vs. So I'm gonna just change that to 100, and the color will be now set to steel blue. And now if you save that, and here you can see this is the styling for our header, for our footer right here. Anyway, so we have like some sort of website, and let me just also write a resets. So let me just write a resets, and let me just provide a margin of 0 in it, padding of 0 also, box sizing will be also set to center. So if you save that, so we also have our resets right here. So first of all we have our header section, and we provide different kind of styles to it. Then we have our section, and we also provide styling to it. Then we have article, and we also have a footer, and we have different kind of styling to it right here. But now let's suppose if you want to manipulate this project into different kind of chunks, so we can also do that in Sass. So this process allows us to use a dry principle, which means like do not repeat yourself. So we can either create a folder for all of that, or we can just write it manually. Like we can create a file and we can give them different kind of names to it. But in my case, I really prefer creating a new file, give a name of like some sort of like, I don't know, pages or components. So now I'm going to create different kind of components in it. So I'm going to just create a component for like I don't know, resets. Or first of all, if you want to work with the partials, so you have to write underscores, and then you can give them whatever the name you want. So first of all underscore, and then the name. So I don't know, resets.c.scss. So I'm gonna hit enter right here, and what I'll do is that I'll cut this recess from here and I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so now if you save this file, and nothing will happen. Here you can see we are not applying that resets right here. That's because we create our file for these resets. We have the coding for these resets, but we didn't use this resets somewhere else. So if you want to use this reset, let me just hide that. If you want to use this resets file inside this style.css or .sass file, so for that, what do you have to do? Let me just open that markdown real quick one more time. Not this one, come on. Markdown preview. So for that, you are going to be using this import directives right here. So this is known as a directive, and in Sass we have different kinds of directives. So we have directive for if and else, for loop, and different kind of other things which you are going to be also learning in this course, so you don't have to worry about all of them for now. Anyways, so we are going to be using that add directive, add import directive, and then the name of the file. Okay, so this is what we are going to be doing. So let me just remove that. Now if you want to use this recess file inside this style.css file, so what do we have to do? We have to just write the add symbol and then import. So we want to get some file from somewhere, and then opening quote and closing quote right here. So inside this quote, so I want you to hold control and hit space. Here you can see it will now give us all of that files and folders which are currently available inside this folder right here. So we want to go to this components file, and inside this component file we have this research.scss right here. So I'm going to click on that, and here you can see it will not include that .scss right here at the end. So I'm gonna omit that, and now if we save our file, and we already have our error right here, so we have to provide our colons right here. So now if you save our file, and boom, we have our resets right here. Here you can see that. And now we are going to be creating a different kind of partial for our header area and all of that. So I'm going to just create a new file, give a name of like header.scss. I'm gonna hit enter. I'm gonna cut all of these styling from here. I'm gonna paste it right here, and now let's just duplicate this line of code and change that to header. And now if you save that, and boom, everything is working. If I comment this line out, let me just comment that, and if you save that, and here you can see we don't have any styling, nothing for this header area right here. And let's just see, let me just show you all of that coding inside the style.css as well. So we don't have no coding, nothing for, or what do we call a header area. If I uncomment that, let me just bring that right here, go back. I want to show you everything, so I want you to just focus on this area. So if I just uncomment this line, and if I save my file, and here you can see we have coding for our header area right here. So if you just close that, and now we can just duplicate that a few times. So we have article, and then finally we have a footer. I'm going to change that to article, article, and then this is going to be for our footer. So what I'll do is that I'll also have to duplicate it one more time for a section as well. And now let me just create these partials real quick. So I'm going to create a partial for the section.scss. I'm going to create a partial for what do we have, article.scss, and then finally let's just create a partial for our footer.scss. Okay, so I'm going to grab this coding from here. Let me just cut this coding from section, put it inside this section, and cut that one. Let me just cut this section article coding, and I'm going to put it inside this article. Save this file, close that, and now finally we have a footer. So save our file, and let's just put this coding inside this footer. So, and now here you can see, now this process is known as the separation of concern. We create different kind of files for different kind of styling. So if something is not working on, like I don't know, let's suppose if something is not working on an article, like in this one, like something crashes inside this article section, so that we don't have to search for all of their entire project, we just have to go to this article. By the way, let me just also show you a shortcut. So if you want to go to that specific page, so I want you to just hold Control or Command, and then just click on that, and here you can see it will now bring you to this file right here. So if you have some sort of error inside footer, so you just have to hold Control and click on that. It will now bring you to this footer, or you can also access it by using these file names right here. Okay, so I'm going to cut this one, cut that one, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. Now what else do you have to do? Now what I'll do is that I'm going to cut this one, and I'm going to start working on our project. So I'm going to remove all of that plus this one. Yeah, I'm going to just remove that, and also this component folder, and I'm going to delete all of them. So we just have this images folder. We have different kind of images which we are going to be using throughout this project. And now let me just create my index.html file from scratch, and I'm going to also create a different kind of files, or let me just create a file for index, or not index but just style.scss as well. So let me just write a lot of HTML inside this HTML file, and then we are going to be jumping into the style sheet, and we are going to be styling all of that. So what I'll do, I'll just create a doc type HTML, and let me just give a name of like snapshot or whatever. And now let's just link that to, or okay, I forgot to get that styling. Let me just click on this watching and click on this watch Sass as well. And now let's just hide that, hit Control space and get this style.css server file, right click on it and open it with the live server, and it will now open this file in a live server right here. So now let me just write a lot of coding of HTML, and then we are going to be writing a different kind of styles word. So I'm going to just write a navigation. Inside this nav we have our a div. So let me just create a div with the class of logo container. So inside this logo container, I'm going to be using our h1 with the class of logo, and I'm going to just provide a logo in there. Okay, so underneath this div, what I'll do, I'll just create a ul. Inside this ul we have our li. Inside this li we have our anchor tag, and we want them to print like, I don't know, 4 times. So I'm going to just write 4, and let's just write our pound symbol in it. And now let me just give them different kind of labels to it. So the first label will be for home, the second one will be for about, and the third one will be for gallery, like so. And the third one will be, not third, but the fourth one will be for contact one. And now if we save our file, and we already opened that, and now let's just style that inside our style sheet right here. Alright, so now if you want to provide a styles for that, so first of all, let me just write a recess. So I'm gonna just write I don't know, padding will be now set to 0, and margin will be set to 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. And now if you save that, and we have that reset. So now let's just start working on our navigation. And now let me just select my nav right here, and what I'll do is that I'll just provide display of flex in it, and justify will be now set to justify, content will be now set to space between, and let me just write align items will be now set to center. Okay, and I'm gonna also give a padding of 15 pixel to it. And what else can we do? We can also provide a font family of sans serif. So if you save that, yeah, both of them are working the way we expect them to work. And let me just write a position of fixed to it, because whenever we scroll, so we also want this navigation to scroll with us. So let me just give a width of like 100%. If you didn't specify this width of 100% to it, so let me just write a background color of black, save it, and here you can see this is how it will look like. Let me just change that to something else, like yeah, there, this is how it will look like. So if you do provide this width of 100%, and this is how it will look like. I'm going to remove this background from him. Oh, I'm going to also provide a background of white, because we are going to be rendering our images inside there. And now we are totally done with this navigation. What else can we do? So we have to select this what do we call a logo container, and now let's just provide a margin a bit left to it. So I'm going to just select my logo and container, and I'm going to just provide a margin of left to it. So margin left will be now set to 40 pixels. So if we save that, and yeah, it's looking better, but this one is looking supremely ugly. So now let's just style that one as well. So let me just write my ul inside there. So I'm gonna write ul. I'm gonna provide a margin of right to it. It's like 40 pixels. So if you save that, yeah, we do get a margin of right of 40 pixel. And let me just get into the li, which is inside this ul, and I'm going to be just using display of inline, and list style will be now set to none, and margin for the left I'm going to be giving him is like 30 pixel. And now if you save that, yeah, it's looking better, but I'm going to just remove this text decoration, and I'm going to also change the color to something else, like I don't know, black would be fine. Let me just get my anchor tag, which is inside this li right here. So all of these anchor tags which is inside this li's, so I'm going to select that, and I'm going to just use like text decoration of none to it, and I'm going to also provide a color of totally black. So if you save that, yeah, it's looking better. We are not going to be providing any hover effect and nothing. If you want to, so you can, but I'm not going to. So that's it for the navigation section. So now let's just create a different section for, what do we call it, header. So I'm going to just write header slash hero area, and now let's just write as not styling but a coding for header area, so I'm going to just write a main, and inside this main I'm going to be creating a section with the class of content container, like so. And now let me just write h1, and inside this h1 I'm going to be writing like, let's take a snapshot. Underneath this h1 I'm going to be writing paragraph with the class of info, and I'm going to be just rendering a few words of info. Let's just remove that server file. Okay, we are not getting that. Why is that? Okay, refresh our browser, server file, right click on it and open it with live server one more time. We are not getting that. That's because of some reasons. Yeah, that's working, and we have all of code for that. I'm gonna write some code and then we are going to be styling that just in a second. So you have that section, and finally underneath this paragraph I'm going to be creating a button with the class of CTA for call to action. It will be now set to learn more. And now if you save our file, and yeah, we do have that button, but I was wrong. It is hidden behind this background color of white because we use a position fixed right here, which we provide right here. So if I just remove that, save our file, and now we can see all of our content right here. And now if you just unhide that, and if you save it, and here you can see it's hidden behind this what do we call it, this navigation right here. So now let's just write a little bit of styling for that as well. So what do we have to do in this case? I'm gonna write a comment for myself like header and then area. So let's just style this header area. I'm gonna be selecting my main area, and I'm going to be just using my URL of that URL, which I am going to be getting from this images source. So let's get up above, and I'm gonna copy this link and I'm gonna paste it right here, and you will also have access to this link in the description below. If you want to check that out, it will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you have to either clone or download that repository, and I will really appreciate if you give it a star. Anyway, so let's just write a background position of center, and background size will be now set to cover, and I'm going to also use background repeat will be now set to no repeat. And what else do we have to do? We have to also give a height of 100 VH, and now if you save that, and yeah, we get our background image right here, but that's not I was expecting it to be. Something's wrong. You know what, that wasn't the image I was expecting. Was it the image? Let's just see. We have different kind of images, so this one is the first image. Let me just copy that one and paste it right here. 7. Okay, so this is going to be the second image. Alright, so I found the image, so I'm going to paste it right here. And now if you save that, and here you can see this is the image I was looking for, and I'm going to also give you that image right here, so paste right here, so you'll still have access to that image. Anyway, so that's just it for the background stuff. So what else do we have to do? I'm going to be writing a display of flex to it, and flex direction will be now set to totally column, justify will be totally set to center, and align items will be also set to center because we want every single thing to be at the center. So text decoration, not text decoration, text alignment, align, oh my goodness, text align will be now set to center. And yeah, if you save our file, so everything is looking better. Now let's just style that h1, which is inside this header area, so this one. Alright, so now let's just style that. Let's just do a little bit of Sass nesting and just change the font size to be set to 3 rem, and the color will be now set to totally white. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. You can even change the font family if you want to, but I'm not going to. Let's just select our paragraph right here with the class of info. Why did we give him a class of info? I'm going to just select it manually like so, and max width I'm going to give him like 600 pixel, and also the margin will be 10 pixels. So if you save that, yeah, that's looking better, just better. And finally, let's just style our button right here. So now let's just style that real quick. I'm going to be using just a simple button, and now let's just provide a background of transparent to it, and the border will be now set to totally none, and the background color will be totally white, like white. and padding I'm gonna give for top and bottom 10 pixel, and for left and right 20 pixel, and cursor will be now set to pointer. If you save that, if you hover over it, so here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. And now we are totally done with our hero or header area as well. Now let me just write a few codings for our background background section. Alright, so let me just write a section with a class of card. Inside this section we are going to be creating a div with a class of card content, and inside this card content I'm going to be writing h1 of background like so, and I'm going to be creating a paragraph of lorem ipsum lorem, and I'm going to just remove a few of them, but I guess that amount will be fine. And finally we have our anchor tag, which will go to nowhere. Then we have learn more. Underneath this anchor tag and also this div, I'm going to be just placing my image right here. So what can I do? I'm going to just hold control and space, and not that, but I'm going to go to my images folder, or images file to be precise, and I'm going to get this image from it. So I'm going to copy that, I'm going to paste it right here as alternative text. I'm going to just provide photographer or photographer. Okay, so this is going to be alternative text, and I'm going to, I'm going to remove this alternative text. So I'm going to just provide a class to it like card img for the card image, which we are going to be styling just in a second. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to just save this file, and now let's just start working on our background. So background section 1, or yeah, 1 would be fine. So now let me just select my card, and inside this card I'm going to give a height of like 80 viewport height, and I'm going to also using a display of flex in it, and what justify control will be now set to center, align items will be now still set to center. And now if we save that, and here you can see we are now getting this massive image. So now let's just make that a bit smaller. So what I'll do is that, so I'm going to select this card content, and inside this card content we have this image with the class of card image or card img. So I'm going to just select, you know what, outside from this card content, because it's going to be looking a bit messy and ugly. So I'm going to just select this card img manually, and I'm going to just give a width of like 400 pixels. So if you save that, and now let's just wait for it to render. Alright, like so. And now inside this card content I'm going to give him the width of like width of 400 pixel, and I'm going to also give him a height of 300 pixel, and the padding I'm going to give him like 20 pixel. The margin will be for top and bottom 0, for left and right will be now set to rem like 6 rem, and font family will be still set to sans serif. You can choose whichever kind of font family you like. Yeah, that's looking better. Alright, so now underneath this font family I'm going to selecting my h1, which is this background right here. And what I'll do, I will just provide a font size of 3 rems, and I'm going to be also using font family of serif. So if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like. The styling is all on you. You can just provide different kind of styles to it if you want to, but I'm going to just make it a bit like we can say that this is a project, you know what I'm saying? So let's just provide a margin of bottom to it, and it will be now set to 40 pixel. And the line height I'm going to give like 1.0 or 1.5 rems to be precise. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like. And finally let's just style our anchor tag. So we are going to be using text decoration of none, and the color will be now set to totally white, zoom out, and also the background will be now set to totally black. And the padding I'm gonna give 10 pixel of top and bottom and 20 pixel for left and right, and kaboom. Yeah, this is the header area. First of all we create navigation, then we have our header area, then we have our first section of car or whatever you want to call that. And what I'll do is that I guess I'm going to duplicate this line of code to something else. So I'm going to just duplicate that, and let's just cut this image from here, and I'm going to paste it right here, just up above this card content, but underneath this card section. I guess that would be fine. Let's just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. So we have this section right here. First of all, the background section, we just duplicate this section, and this is will be also the card section, but I'm going to just change the title to be like founders. So come on. Oh my goodness, founders, like so. So if you save that, And yeah, I'm gonna also change that image to something else because this image is the same like up above one. And now let's just select this image 2, and I'm going to replace it with this second card like so. And now if we save our file, let's just check him out. So this is going to be the background section, and this is going to be the founder section right here. It's kind of a simple project. It's not that much a beautiful project, but you know what, it will do. And then now let's just finally create our gallery section. So we are going to be placing a lot of images inside this gallery section. So what I'll do is that first of all, I'm going to be creating a section, a lowercase section with the class of gallery, and inside this section I'm going to be first of all creating my h1, and check out our awesome gallery as just a dummy text. And now let's just create a div with a class of images because we are going to be rendering different kind of images. And now let me just get my image, and what I'm going to give a class of gallery and then img for gallery images. So now let me just start copying these images from here. So this is image 2. I'm going to copy the third image and I'm going to paste it right here. And what else do we have to do? And let's just duplicate the like a 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 times. Yeah, it's looking messy, or you know, yeah, it's looking messy. So I'm going to hit enter right here and hit enter right here. So let's just select this fourth image. I'm going to just copy there, and this is going to be the third image, so this is probably going to be the fourth image. I'm going to paste it right here, and let me just copy this one. I'm going to paste it as this one, and let's just hit enter right here one more time, and let's just get this sixth image, and I'm going to put it right here. And let's just use this final seventh image, and I'm going to be putting it right here, but I guess I messed it up something or something not. So if you save our file, yeah, we have different kinds of images right here. So okay, I messed it up something from above. So this is going to be the first image, and now let's just check this one out. Both of these images are the same or what? Let's just no, oh yeah, both of them are the same. So I'm going to just remove this final one from here, say bye to this one, and yeah, that's looking better. Anyway, so now let's get into our styling, and now let's just style that a bit. I'm gonna go to the bottom, and now let's just create a new section, like give a label or whatever of the gallery. And now let's just select our gallery. So I'm going to give the margin for the top of 6 rem. And now underneath that, we are going to be selecting our h1. I'm going to give a text alignment. It will be now totally set to center. The font family will be now totally set to sans serif. Margin for the bottom, I'm going to be giving is like 5 rem. And now if you save that, let's just preview it. And this is how it looks like right here. From our top, we have 5 rems, or not 5 but 6 rems of spacing or margin. Now let me just get all of these images container which we have right here. So we have that images container right here, and we put all of our images inside there. I'm going to be giving them the display of flex and flex wrapping, not grow but flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify will be now totally set to center. Align items will be also set to center. And now if you save that, everything is centered, but the thing is that look at these images sizes, so we have to decrease that as well. So for that, we already gave a classes of image or gallery image right here, right there, and all of that kind of good stuff. So I'm going to just select my gallery and then image. I'm going to give him the width of like 300 pixel, and the margin I'm going to give him like 20 pixel. Now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. I know it's looking ugly. You know what, I'm going to copy this first image from the top, and I'm going to be putting it right here. So if you save that, I guess I messed it up something. Oh, you know, let's just leave that. Let's just remove this final image. It's looking better. So we have this gallery section. You can provide hover effect to it if you want to, but I'm not going to. So we are totally done with that. So now finally, let's just build our footer section, and then we are going to be making it responsive. Okay, so footer section is going to be the most easiest one in all of them. So let's just create a footer section, and now let me just give him a label of footer or tag of footer. Inside this footer we will have our form, and let's just remove this action from it, and I'm going to be just using an input, and the placeholder I'm going to give him is like name, and duplicate that. It will be now set to email. I'm going to also get a break in there, and yeah, it will be also set to email. And finally we have our text area with no clauses and nothing. Okay, so let's just remove that. And also let me just put a BR in there for breaking. And finally we have our button which will say send message to nowhere. And yeah, we have our pound symbol if we save that, and we are getting all of these inputs and forms right here. Now let's get into our CS styler Sass, and now let's just style that a bit. So what I'll do is that I'm going to first of all writing a label for myself. Let me just write a footer inside there, and I'm going to give a height of what, 100 VH first of all. Display will be totally flex, justify will be center, align items will be center. And now let me just get off all of the input which is inside this footer. I'm going to give a padding of top will be 10 pixel, left and right, top and bottom will be 10 pixel, and left and right will be 20 pixel. Margin bottom I'm going to give him like 20 pixels. Save our file. This is how it looks like. Now let's just style this text area real quick. So I'm going to just select my text area, not text line, area, like so. Did I spell it correctly? Area. And I'm going to provide a padding of 20 pixel. The width I'm going to give like 420 pixel, and the height will be 200 pixel. And finally the margin for the bottom I'm going to give him like 20 pixels if you save that. And yeah, this is looking better. And finally let's just style this ugly button to something else. So let me just get my anchor tag, and I'm going to be using text decoration of none, and the color will be now totally set to white, and the background color will be totally set to black. Padding will be now set to for top and bottom 10, for left and right 20, and the font family I'm going to give it like sans serif. So if you save that, and this is how our project look like. So now let me just go to the top. First of all, we have our navigation section right here. So then we have our first header section, then we have section 1, section 2, and then we have our images gallery section, and finally we have our footer right here. So now we can do a separation of concern, and we can use our partials and import for this project. So what do we have to do for all of that? I'm going to give that as a challenge to you if you want to do that by yourself. But if you can do it, I'm going to also give you this finished project. But if you can do it, then come back and watch the solution if you're already following along. So what I'll do, I'll just create a folder, or you can also just create a file manually, and you can also just write your file right here. But what I'll do is that I'll just create a component. So components. Okay, I'm creating a files. Let me just right click on it and click on this new folder, give a name of like components. Come on, or yeah, components, like so. Inside there I'm going to be creating different kind of components. So which kind of components would we need? First of all, we would need a component for our resets. So I'm going to write dash and then resets.scss, because we are going to be putting our resets inside there. Then we would need our navigation, what do we call it, partial. So I'm going to be using dash and then nav.scss. Okay, so save a byte to that one as well. Then after that we are going to be creating a partial for our header area. Right click on it, open a or not open but create a file, give a name of like header or dash and then header.scss. And now let's just create a partial for our background section as well. So yeah, I'm going to remove the I from there. Let's just create a new file for cards would be fine, because this is some sort of a card. So we are going to be placing that as a card. And then finally we have our gallery, not finally, but we have our gallery section, so .scss. And now finally we are going to be creating a partial for our footer. So I'm going to just write dash and then footer.scss. And now let's just put all of that code in it. So what I'll do is that I'll save a byte to all of them, and I'll just first of all open my resets one, and I'm going to cut all of that from here, that coding, and I'm going to paste it right here. And here you can see that resets is gone right here. We are getting these empty spaces at all of that area, so that's broken right here. Now let's get into our navigation section, and now let me just cut all of the coding from the navigation section. Let me just cut all of them, say bye bye to them, and paste it right here. So our file, the navigation section is already broken. Let me just get into our header area, which is that header area, and I'm going to get or cut all of that coding from this header area, and I'm going to paste right here, save this file, and that header area is already broken. Now let me just get this section 1, or yeah, card would be fine. So I'm going to just get into these cards, and let me just get all of that coding for this card, and now let me just cut that from here. And I'm going to go to this card section. I'm going to paste it right here, and yeah, here you can see coding art blew up. And now let me just get this gallery section. So we have this gallery right here, that gallery partial. Cut this one, that one as well, so that we don't have a clutter UI or whatever. So get into the styling, and let me just get all of this partial of gallery, and I'm going to paste it inside this gallery. Gallery also blew up. Finally, let's just cut all of that coding from here and put it inside this footer area. So I'm going to just put it inside this footer, and our site is looking supremely awful right here. So what do we have to do? First of all, we are going to be using this add symbol and then import. So what do we have to do to import our styling? I'm going to hit Control space, go to the components, and first of all, we would need our resets. So I'm going to just duplicate this line of code a lot of time, but before I do, I'm going to have to put this column at the end of it, otherwise it will give us an error. So now I'm going to remove that and change that to the header area, and change that one from, instead of not header, come on go to the navigation. This is going to be the header area, and this is now going to be the card one. I'm going to select this card, and this is going to be now for what? So we have a card section, then we have our gallery, and then finally we have our footer. So if you save our file, so we have navigation, header area, then we have our two cards, then we have our gallery section, and finally we have our footer. So everything is working the way we expect them to work. But finally, let's just take care of the responsiveness. So I've already written a few media queries for that. Here you can see everything is not responsive. I'm going to put all of their media query right here. I don't want to waste your time in there. You can just figure out how you can make that responsive in your own project. So what I'll do is that I'll just duplicate that, and then let me just write responsiveness, and yeah, responsiveness will be fine. And I'm going to copy that. I'm going to create a new file, give a name of like responsiveness.css. all right, like if I hit enter, and I'm not going to be writing a lot of responsiveness stuff, but I'm going to be just writing media for screen, and also let me just write, and also for the max width of 750. Let me just write 750 and close that. And what I'll do, I'll just select my card, and I'm going to give him a height of 100 VH. And if you save that, if you make it smaller, yeah, I know. Okay, so we do use that. So if you save this one, did we just provide a responsiveness of, didn't we just provide what do we call it, flex wrap of wrap? Let me just get into inside this card. So we have flex, and now let me just write flex wrap of wrap. And so now if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. Okay, so did you see? And let's just also provide a margin bottom for it. So we have that, let's just provide margin for the bottom of 20 pixels. So let's just, you know, you can just figure out in your spare time. I'm going to be leaving it the way it is. Anyway, so did you decide like you can just provide different kind of styling by just clicking on these links, and it will bring you to that specific page, and you can refactor your code just like that. Anyway, so now we are totally done with this project as well. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about something called mixins in Sass. So I'm going to just cut that one and say bye-bye to all of these files right here. And yep, that's it. Now let's just learn about mixins. I'm going to open that. Inside, I am going to also click on, okay, we don't have that. Let's just click on open and preview. So the add mixin directive lets you create a CSS code that is to be reused throughout the website. The add include directive is created to let you include the mixin. Okay, so we will use both of them hand by hand, but first of all, a mixin is something like we already learned about variables. So variables are something in which we can store our coding and we can reuse that code and again, but we can just put a single value inside there. We cannot put a lot of coding like a color of red, font size and font weight and border and stuff like that. But now in the mixin case, we can put like 1,000 lines of code right here. We can put font family, display stuff. We can do all sort of that stuff. So first of all, if you want to create a mixin, first of all, you would just write the add mixin directive, and then you can give some sort of a name to that mixin. And again, you're not allowed to provide spaces in there. Then opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and then you can just put all of our what do we call it, property and value inside that, like all of our styling. On the variable side, once we were learning about variables, so we were just allowed to provide a value but not a property. But now in this case, we can also provide a property and its value. And if you want to use a mixin, so for that you have to use this add include directive and then the mixin name, then you can just use that mixin. So if you want to provide extra values to it, so you can also do that as well if you want to. So what do we have to do in this case? So I'm going to just remove that one as well, and now let me just create a file, give a name of like index.html, and now let me just create a new file, give a name of like index dot, or not index but just style.scss. And now let me just click on the watching, click on the watch one more time, so it will now create all of these files for me. Alright, so now let's just hide this visibility right here. Let me just create a doc type HTML file in it, and I will just write mixins, and now let's just link that to our CSS file. So if you save a file, right click on it and open it with a live server, so it will now open this file in a live server right here. Alright, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. You know what, I'm going to be just writing a header in this case. So now let me just write a header. Yeah, header will be fine, and I'm going to just write h1 of hello word right here, and then we have a paragraph of just write lorem inside there. And yeah, if we just save our file, I know this is not going to be the best example in the world, but I'm just showing you how you can work with the mixins. Then we are going to be creating a project by using mixins. So we have a header. Inside this header we have h1. Inside this h1 we have our paragraph right here, and yeah, that's looking better. Oh, you know what, instead of all of that, I'm going to just remove that header as well. Let me just create two buttons. So I'm going to just create a button of learn more, and I'm going to also just create another button of download. So download, and now if you save our file, okay, so we have just two buttons of learn more and download. And now if you want to create a different kind of style for different kind of buttons, so first of all we can just create a mixin for that. You don't have to, but if you want to, so you can create a mixins for that. So now let me just write a mixin, and now let me give him a name of like what, button style, or we can also just separate that by using a dash, button style or styles. I guess style would be fine, or styles would be fine, plural. Okay, so I'm going to just provide a padding of 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right, and I can just use like what, background color of teal in this case, or yeah, teal would be fine. And now if you save our file, so nothing will happen. Now if you want to use this styling, like if you want to use this mixin inside your style sheet, so first of all you would select something, like in this case you want to select this button. So I'm going to give a class of LBTN for learn more BTN. So, or you know what, I'm going to give a class of LM for learn more BTN, LM then BTN. Now if you want to use this mixin, so for that we can just use the add include directive and then the mixin name. So in this case then the mixin name is button style, so we have to just provide button style. And now if you save our file, and here you can see that styling will apply to this button right here. So we can also provide different kind of styles, like I don't know, border will be now set to none. And now if you save that, it will also work like that. We can also provide cursor to be a pointer, and if you hover over it, so it will now give us that cursor pointer. And the font, not font family, but the color, we can also change the color to be like totally white if you want to. And here you can see all of that styling is applying right here as well, but not to this one. So if you want to use that same media query, like this same styling to another button like this button as well, so for that, let's just give it a different kind of class to it. So like dbtn, like for download buttons. So I'm going to just write D and then btn, and now let's just use that mixin in it. So button style, so I'm going to remove that, and now if you save that, both of them are now getting the same styling right here. If you check out our styles right here, so we have that same styling for both of these buttons right here. Now if you want to provide different kind of styling beside this mixin, so we can also provide that. Like let's suppose if you want to change the color of this button to be like some sort of a green color, so we can also do that. So now we already selected that, and we can just provide, or let me just write not bt but background color will be now set to totally green. And now if you save that, and here you can see this one is now green and this one is now teal. We can also change that to something else. I don't like that color, I'm not a fan of that color. Change that to this color, save it. Okay, and yeah, that's looking better. We can also change the font families to be like serif, so font family will be now set to serif, and if you save that, this one will have now the font family of serif, and this one will be now set to sans serif. Okay, so this is how you can create a mixin, and this is how you can use a mixin right here by using this add include right here. So I'm going to just remove everything from this file. I'm going to also remove, or you know, not also, but I'm going to remove these buttons as well. And now it's time to build a project. So it's not going to be that much a huge project, but we are going to be just creating some sort of a card. So we are going to be creating cards with different kinds of styling in it. So for HTML, what I'll do is that I'll just create a section with the class of cards, and inside this card section we are going to be creating different kind of cards. So I'm going to be creating a div with a class of card and then card1. Okay, so inside this card, what do we have to do? We are going to be creating a div with a class of card content, and we are going to be placing all of our content inside this cards content. I'm going to write h1 with the class of price, and the price will be $19 and period. And now let's just use our span right here. So let's just use our span with the class, or nothing, no classes, nothing inside there. So let's just remove this empty space from there, and then 50. Okay, so let's just remove that empty space from there, h1 as well. I'm going to be creating another h1 with the class of card name, and come on, what the hell am I doing? I'm going to be creating a new h1 with the class of card name, and I'm going to be just giving the name of like basic. So this card will be basic, and then we can provide a info for our card. So this is going to be the card info, and now let's just provide a lorem ipsum in it, and I'm going to just remove a few of them, and I'm going to just leave, I'm going to remove that other one, and I'm going to leave it with just a few of them. And finally, underneath this paragraph, I'm going to be creating a button, and I'm going to be just writing choose in it. So now if you save our file, and this is going to be our first card. Now let's just duplicate this card a few times. So we have this card from there, I'm going to select this, so we have card 2, and then we have card 3. Okay, so let's just change this one from card 1 to card 2, and also to change the pricing to be like 29 in this case, and this is going to be still set to 50, and this one will be a standard card. So I'm going to be writing a standard card, and I am going to leave that other stuff the way it is. So this is going to be the card 3, and I'm going to be just using 39 in this case. So 39, come on, 39. Yeah, like so. And this is going to be the premium card, so premium for the premium. And yeah, everything is working the way we expect them to work. So we have 3 cards. The first one will be basic, second one will be standard, and the third one will be premium. And now let's just style that a bit. I'm going to go to the styling, and what do we have to do? First of all, we are going to be writing our recess. I'm going to be writing a margin of 0 and padding of 0. Come on, not padding star, but padding will be now set to 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. And now if you save that, we have our recess right here. So I'm going to be creating a few mixins right here. So creating mixins. So mixins, like so. I guess that's so. Let me just write a add mixin, not media, but mixin directive right here, and the name will be button and then styles. Okay, so we are going to be providing different kind of styles for this button. So I'm going to write a background of this 141414. Okay, kind of a blackish kind of black color, and the text color will be totally white, and the font weight will be now set to totally bold. I'm going to be providing a padding for top and bottom will be 10 pixel, for left and right will be 20 pixel. I'm going to give a width of like 140 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a border radius of 100 pixel, and cursor will be pointed. So this is going to be the styling for our buttons. So now let's just create a new styling for our card basics. So we are going to be just writing a mix in, and let me give a name of like card basic styles. So I'm going to give a width of like 300, and this is going to be the basic style. So I'm going to provide a padding of 20 pixel, and the width will be 300 pixel, and the background I'm going to be using like linear gradient, and from to bottom bottom like so, and comma, and then this color like EC4 BD2. This is going to be our first color, and now let's just use EB4 and then BD05D. This is going to be our secondary or second color, and I'm going to also give a border radius of like 10 pixel, and the color will be totally set to white. Okay, so if you save our file, nothing will happen because we didn't use this mixin somewhere. So that's the basic style, and now let's just use the mixin, and the name will be now set to card and then content style. So the content style will be now set to display of flex, and flex direction I'm going to be using column. Justify will be now set to space around, and align items I'm going to be setting that to center, and text alignment will be also set to center, and the font family will be now set to sans serif, and the height I'm going to give like 100%. Okay, so these are going to be the styling for our card content styles. Okay, so now let's just use that. So now we are totally done with creating these three mixins. So now let's just use these mixins in our project. So first of all, I'm going to be selecting this card section. So or not, yeah, card section. First of all, I'm going to be selecting this card section, and I'm going to be just using display of flags. Flex wrapping will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to center, and height will be now set to 100 VH, and now if you save there, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so what else do we have to do? We have to select each of these card right here, and now let's just style that. So I'm going to be just selecting this card, and I'm going to be just first of all including our first mixin, which is that card basic style. Okay, so now if you just include that, and I'm going to be also giving a margin of 10 pixels. So if you save that, and here you can see these are the styling which I applied right here. If I hold control and click on this card basic style, it will now brings us to this mixin, and here you can see we have all of their styling which we provide right here. Okay, now what do we have to do? We have to get into the card. Let me just write card and then content, which is this card content right here. So we have card content right there. This one will have card content and card content. I can't even speak no more. I speak a lot. Anyway, so now we are going to be including our card content style mixin, which is this mixin right here, which we create right here. So card content style. So we now included there. What else do we have to do? So if you just save our file, and this is how it will look like by including this card content styles. And now let's just select our price, so which is this price right here. All of these cards will have this price card or price title to be precise. So we have font size of 3 rem. Let me just put a 3 in it, and we can just provide different kind of values to it. So now we select our span, we can give a font size of 1.4 rem, and now if we save that, and this is how it looks like right here. So this is going to be our span, and now let's get our card name. So we can just get our card name, and we can just provide a font size to be like 2 rem, and we can also get a card info if you want to. So card info, and we can change a different kind of styling to it, like font size will be now set to 14 pixel. Padding I'm going to be giving is like for top and bottom 0, and for left and right 20, and line height I'm going to give like 1.4. and now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so that's that. Finally, let's just style this button. So we are not going to be writing crazy style, but we are going to be doing our magic. Not magic, but just a mixin. So we are going to be just including our button style mixin. So if you save there, and yeah, let's just wait for your button styles. Why it's not working? Let's just refresh that. Why it's not working? Why in the world it's not working? So we have button. Is this inside the card info or outside from the card info? Let's just see. Outside from a card info, but inside. Not in the price, but we have a content right here. Let's just cut it from here. And I'm going to be pasting it right here. Let's just see. So if you save it right here, all right, so it's working. So I'm going to cut it from here. And you know what? I'm going to just select this one. Yeah, let's just select that one. So it's now this one, but I'm going to put it right here. So if you save that, yeah, it will work. I put it right here in this square bracket, so that's why it didn't work. Anyway, so all of these buttons are now working. Now we have to change the color of this standard and this premium. We don't want that same color, so we can also do that by just selecting our card. Let me just get my card 2 and provide a background of linear gradient to it. And I'm going to be using to bottom of this 2CDB60 and then comma the second color which I'm going to be using is 69. And then C50, let me just write 50 and then add 5D. And now if you save that, so this is going to be the second card right here. And now let's just change this one to something else. So let's just duplicate that and change this one to card 3 and change this color to something else. So I'm going to be using 060 and then DA35 and D and comma. I'm going to be using that other color like 4 and then BA1EC. So if you save our file, and this is now our third card right here. So now we are totally done with the mixins. So it's not that much a huge thing to learn. So if you want to create a mixin, first of all, you're going to be using this add directive of mixin, and then you are going to be providing some sort of a name in it, and then you can just provide all of your styling in it. And now if you want to use that, so for that you can just use this add include directive and then the mixin name, and then you're going to be able to use this mixin in your project. So I'm going to say bye-bye to both of these files. Alright, so now that we are totally done with the mixins, now the next thing which we are going to be learning is something called the extends. So I'm going to just open that in the markdown preview. So what in the world is this add extend directive? So the add extend directive lets you share a set of CSS property from one selector to another. So that's the first point. The second point is that the add extend directive is useful if you have almost identical style element that only differ in some detail. Okay, so here's the example. First of all, we just have some sort of a button, and we specify different kind of stylings to it right here. So we provide, we just remove the border from it. We provide a padding for a top and bottom of 15 pixel, for a left and right 30 pixel. We also set a text alignment to set to center, and the font size is 16 pixel. Cursor will be pointer. So these are the basic styling for our basic buttons. So now if you want to use these styling again and again in your project, so for that you don't have to copy and paste that styling again and again. So you just have to use this add extend directive and then the styling name. Okay, so you just write that and it will just bring you all of that styling right here. Plus you can also provide different kind of other styles to it. So this is the first example. Now here you can see we have another button and we are reusing that styling again, and we are just changing the color, and we are also providing different kind of we are also providing a text color as well. Anyways, so now let me just give you a quick example of that, and then we are going to be creating a project based on that. So I'm going to just write index.html, and let me just write style.scss, not just a css. So what I'll do, I'll just create a doc type HTML right here, and I'm going to give a name of like, or add extends would be fine. And now let me just link that to or style.css, not scss, but just a simple css. And now I'm going to just open, not this one, but yeah, that one. And now I'm going to click on this watch Sass, and it will just watch for our changes. I'm going to hide it one more time so that we get all of our screens. So now if you save our file, right click on it and open it with a live server, and it will now open this file in a live server just in a second. So I'm going to just hide this head area from there. And now here you can see it will now open this file in a live server. So what I will do, first of all, let me just create a button, and I'm going to just give him a class of btn, and inside this button I'm going to just write like, I don't know, download, or not download, I'm going to just give him like learn more. And now if you save our file, and here you can see we have our button right here, regular button. If you're using a Mac OS, your button will be totally different than mine because I'm using a Windows. So now this is just a simple button. Now let me just go to the style sheet. So what I'll do, first of all, let me just write, first of all, let me just select this btn, and what I'll do, or what, let me just specify different kind of classes to it. Let me just remove this styling from here, and let me just write, I don't know, what I would do is that I'm going to first of all remove the background, so it will be now set to transparent. So transparent, there we go. Now if you save that, the background is gone, and now we can just write a border of none. And now if you save that, and these are going to be for our resets. Okay, so these are the resets, and now let's just provide different kind of styling to this button. So styling, all right, so which kind of styling should I provide? I can just give him a border of like something else, like 2 pixels solid, or instead of border, I'm going to give him a background color of teal maybe. And now if you save that, it will now give us that teal color, but I'm going to change that to something else, like, I don't know, this kind of a crimson color. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting that. But if you want to provide a different kind of padding to it, so I'm going to just write padding for top and bottom will be set to 10 pixel, and for left and right will be now set to 20 pixel. And now if you save that, and here you can see we have our regular button. So what else do you have to do? I'm going to write a cursor of pointer, and I'm going to also change the color to be totally white, and I'm going to bring that up above. And now if you save our file, and now if you hover over it, and now here you can see we have basic styling for this basic button right here. Now let's suppose if you have another button, let me just create a new button, just write a button, and let me just give him a class of, let me just use button of, let's see, which kind of class should I provide? Download button, DOWN, come on, DOWNLOAD and BTN, and let me just put a label of download. And so now if you save that, cut that from here, and now let's just select that. So let me just select that one more time. So we have a download BTN, or did we just put, yeah, BTN. So what I will do, instead of copying all of this code and pasting it right here, and then just changing the background color to be something else, like, I don't know, black. So if you just write a background color of black, so instead of copying and pasting all of this code, so what can we do? We have another way called add extend directive. So what I'll do, I'll just write the add symbol first of all, and then we have our extend. And now what are we extending? Extending just simply means that we are borrowing the functionality from somewhere. So where we want to borrow that functionality? In this case, we want to borrow the styling. So from where do we want to get the styling? So we want to get all of the styling which this btn has. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just write a btn right here, okay, and I'm going to close it, and I'm going to also use a period right here. So if you save our file, and here you can see both of these buttons are now looking the same. If I just comment this line out, and now if you check it out, here you can see this one is totally awful and ugly, and this one is looking awesome. So let me just uncomment that and save it, and both of them are totally the same. So what else can we do with that? Well, we can also just provide different kind of styling to it. So now let's suppose if I want to provide the background color of green, so I can just write a background color of totally green. And now if you save that, and here you can see this is looking awful, I'm going to change that to this kind of green. And now if you save that, and now here you can see we have different kind of buttons right here. So we are not repeating ourselves, but we are extending the functionality, or in this case we are extending the styling from this btn class. So what else can we do? Let me just create a new button, and you can just create your own button. You can style like whatever you want. I'm going to also build a project on that, but let me just give you a hands-on live coding. So I'm going to just create a button with a class of what? I don't know, which kind of class can I provide? Let's just think about that. black button would be fine. So I'm going to just write black btn, and I'm going to just use like black, or black would be fine. Now if you save that, here you can see we have that regular button. So I'm going to just select my black btn right here, and I'm going to just use this extend keyword or directory to be precise, and I'm going to just borrow the functionality of this button. And also I'm going to change the background color to be totally 000, which means like totally black. And now if we save our file, and boom, here you can see we are now getting different kind of result for different kind of buttons, and we are not copying and pasting our code just like that. All right, so that was just a quick example of what extend keyword, or why am I saying keyword? I'm saying keyword. That's because we have this extend keyword in React, we have this extend keyword in JavaScript as well, and we have different kind of if you already know OOP, like object oriented programming, so we have a concept called extending and inheritance and all of that kind of good stuff, which you don't have to worry if you don't want to get into that much detail in the programming. So that's why I'm saying extend keyword all the time. So I'm going to remove all of this coding from here, and I'm going to also remove all of these buttons from here as well. So if you save that, we have just clear style sheet or clear blank screen right here. Now it's time to build a project by using that extend keyword. So it's practice time. So first of all, let me just write a header. I'm going to just write a header, and inside this header I'm going to just put h1 of our menus, so menus. So now let me just get my paragraph, and I'm going to just write a dummy text like dummy text right here, so lorem. And now if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like. I way zoomed in. Let me just set that to 100, and that's cool. All right, so underneath this paragraph, what can I do? You know what, I'm going to just write HTML code first of all, and then we are going to be styling there again and again. So first of all, let me just create my section with a class of container. Inside this section, I'm going to be creating a div with a class of cards, and inside this card section, we're going to be creating our card, and inside this card, we would have a card img, and this is going to be also set to img1 for the image 1. Alright, so that will be, this div will be for including the image. So I'm going to just create a div for a content. So I'm going to just write div with a class of card content, because we are going to be putting all of our content inside this card content class. So let me just write h1 with the class of card title. So this is going to be the title of our site. So I'm going to just write, or the card to be precise, so lunch, lunch, and then menu. So let me just write a paragraph and lorem ipsum dummy text in it. Underneath this paragraph, what can I do? I'm going to just write anchor tag with the class of btn primary, and we are not going to be providing anything to it, so it will go to nowhere. And I'm going to just put like learn more in it, and let's just duplicate this button one more time. btn primary will be the class, so let's just remove this learn more from there, and I'm going to just write view menus, or view menu to be precise. So I'm going to just zoom out, and this is how it looks like right here. So this is going to be our first card, and we can just duplicate that again and again if you want to. So now let's just do that real quick. I'm going to select this div right here, so it's starting from here, and I'm going to select all of this content right here, and I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, so we would have 4 cards. So this is going to be the first card, and now let's just duplicate that. So this is going to be the second, then the third, fourth. All right, so now let's just change the value inside these cards. So what I'll do, so this is going to be our first img, and yeah, everything is fine. Now this is going to be now set to image2, and this one is going to be set to image3. And now let's just change this one to image 4. And let's also change these labels to something else. So we have lunch menu, then we have breakfast menu. So breakfast menu. And what else do we have? We have a dinner menu, so I'm gonna just put, instead of that lunch, I'm gonna just replace that with dinner. Okay, so underneath all of that, I'm gonna set this, this one will be also set to lunch. So if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like right here. No styling, nothing inside there. So now let's just style that. So I'm gonna go into my style.css file right here. All right, so did we just link that, or I forgot to link it? Let me just expand this head area. Yep, it's linked. I'm going to close that one and hide this head area as well. And now let's just start working on our styling. So the first thing I would do is that I will just write a reset for myself. So I'm going to select everything and provide margin for all around. I'm going to select everything and provide a padding all around to 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. If you save it, and this is how it looks like right here. So the first thing I would do is that I'm going to just create a class for myself, which will be flex container. Yeah, I'm going to just zoom in it. I'm going to zoom in, but it will not be a flex container, but it will be just set to flex center, because we want everything to be perfectly center, and we are going to be reusing the functionality of this flex center class again and again by using extend directive. So I'm going to just set that to flex, and also flex direction will be now set to column. And we can just write justify contour will be also set to center, and flex wrap will be also set to wrap, and align items will be also set to center. And finally, I'm going to change that to font family to something else like sans serif would be fine. And now if we save a file, nothing will happen because we don't have access, or we do not use this flex center class anywhere inside our project right here. So that's why nothing will happen right now, but we will reuse this class just in a second. So what I'll do, I'm going to just start working on our header area, which is this header area starting from here and through here. Alright, so now we select our header area. I'm going to provide a height of 15 viewport height, and now we will extend the functionality of this flex center. Okay, so what I'll do, I'm going to just write add extend. So let's just extend the functionality, or the classes to be precise, and let me just write a flex center in it. Okay, so if you save our file, and boom, now here you can see everything is looking like this. That's because we set everything to perfectly center, and we also changed the font family to sans serif. So here you can see everything is sans serif and also center. Alright, so that's the first step. So what else can we do? So I'm going to just write a background, and I'm going to just change that to linear and gradient. And what I'll do, I'll just write RGB value, and then we have 0 comma, let me just put a comma, oh my goodness, if I can find it, comma, oh my, comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.179, and let me just put a comma in there. And I'm going to copy this same RGB value, and I should have write RGBA instead of RGB. I'm going to copy that. Let me just put it right here, and I'm going to change this value to 65, just 65. And what else can we do with that? So we are now totally done with the linear gradient, and I'm going to just put a URL for an image, and I'm going to get into my images.txt file, and I'm going to copy this image from here, and I'm going to paste it right here inside this URL. And yeah, that would be fine. Now if you save our file, let's just check it out. Okay, we are not getting anything. We have a linear gradient right here. If I cut it from here, let me just cut it from here. I just way zoomed in. Let me just zoom out. If it's now saved, come on. You know what? I'm going to comment this line out, and let me just first of all render the image. So I'm going to write this coding right here, and now let's just use our linear gradient. So I'm going to copy that from here, and I'm going to paste it right here. So we have our linear gradients. Yeah, I'm going to put a comma at the end, and oh my goodness, we are now getting an error. You know what, I'm going to cut that from here. I'm going to cut it from here. I'm going to paste it right here, and then I'm going to put a comma at the end. And now if you save that, and now here you can see we're now getting this linear gradient, and we are getting our image right here, but it's not perfectly centered. So now let's just take care of that. So I'm going to write a background repeat, and it will be now set to no repeat. I'm going to also write background size, and it will be now set to totally cover, and the text color will be totally white. So if you save our file, and boom. Alright, so now let's just take care of this paragraph because it's looking massive and it's taking all of our viewport width. So I'm going to just select this paragraph right here. I'm going to provide a margin top of it to like 20 pixel, and the max width I'm going to give him like 500 pixel, and text alignment I'm going to set that to centered. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. If you want to change it to something else, so you can. So what I'll do is that I'll just come here, remove this text from here, and now that's looking better. You can just style it however you want, but I'm just showing you how you can use this extend in a project. So that's why I wanted to give you some real world example. I'm going to remove this comment from there. Yeah, so underneath this what do we call it, header area, now let's just select our container, which is that container container which we provide right here as a section container. So now let's just provide a height of 100 VH to it. What else can we do? So we want to select this card section, and now let's just style this. So first of all, let me just get my card section, and I'm going to be reusing that styling from that flexbox. So I'm going to just write extend, and let's just use our flex center. Okay, so if you save our file, and here you can see everything is now perfectly centered, and we are getting the 100 viewport height right here. So what else can we do? Well, instead of setting everything to the column, so we can just set that to a row. So I'm gonna just write flex direction. It will now set to row, and I'm gonna just hit enter. I'm gonna just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now if you save it, yeah, it's on a row right now. Underneath this card section, or you know what, inside this card section, I'm gonna select my card img, which is these classes right here. So we have card img to this one, to that one, and so on and so forth. So now I select that card section right here. So what I'll do, I'm going to just write a background image right here. I'm going to be writing some styling for this card img class, and I'm going to be reusing that card img class again and again by using our extend directive, but I'm going to be just changing this background image. Okay, so you will see that just in a second, but first of all, let me just write a code. I'm going to be setting that to, I don't know, let me just get this image. So this is going to be the first image. Now you want to get this second one image, so let me just put it right here. Alright, so what else can we do with that? I'm going to be writing a background repeat, and it will be now set to no repeat. And I'm going to write a background size. It will be now set to totally cover, and the width will be 100%, and the height will be now set to 200 pixel, and the margin for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 20 pixels. So if you save our file, and let's just see, this is how everything looks like right now. Okay, so we did provide our image, but why it's not working? Alright, so here you can see it take a little bit of time to download that image, or to render that image right here. So we are now at the good shape. So what else do we have to do? So we have to select our images manually. So I'm gonna just hit enter right here, and now let me just get my image 2. So this is going to be for the image 2, and I'm going to be getting the functionality of that card image which we just wrote right here. So this class, we're reusing it underneath this image 2 as well. So what else do we have to do? We want to just change the background to be, or not a background, but we want to change the background image to be precise. And now let's just change that to something else. So this is the second image. Now I'm going to copy this link of this third image, and I'm going to paste it inside there. Now if you save it, and now here you can see it will now render this image right here. Okay, so that's that. So I messed up something. Now let's just take care of that. Inside this card, what I'll do is that I'm going to be writing a card right here. So we have our singular card. I'm going to be just writing a card, and inside there I'm going to be using a border, and it will be now set to 0.6 pixel, and then solid and RGB, and I'm going to set the value to be like 168 and comma, and let me just copy that, paste right here, paste it one more time. And now if you save that, and you cannot see that border just right now. Let me just give him a width of like 500 pixel, and the height will be now set to 490 pixel, and padding I'll give him like 20 pixel all around, and margin will be also 10 pixel, not 10 but 20 pixel all around, and the font family will be also set to sans serif. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. So we have different kind of cards. So now let's just take care of these titles and these paragraphs and these two buttons. So that's looking better. So we are now getting there, and you know, I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'm gonna paste it underneath that. So now if you save it, alright, so now everything is working the way we expect them to work. So this is going to be the image for our img2 class. So now let me just get img3, and I'm going to be also reusing that extend, and I'm going to be just setting that to like card image, and also let me just change the background image to something else. So background img will be now set to this fourth image which we have right here. So you can use your own images if you want to, feel free to use that, but I'm going to be using these images. So now if you save our file, and now let's just wait for it to render. It's taking a little bit of time. I don't know why, but it's taking a little bit of time, and there we go. Here you can see we are now getting different kind of results right here. And finally, let's just replace this image to something else. So I'm going to copy that and duplicate it, and change this one from, instead of image 3 to image 4. And now let's just copy this image text, and I'm going to paste it right here. and save our file. And now let's just wait for this one, and voila, here you can see our image is now changed to this image right here. And now let's just take care of this styling a bit. So what I'll do is that underneath this img4, I'm going to be selecting my paragraph, and I'm going to just provide a margin for a bottom of 2 rem, and I'm going to also give the max width of like 300 pixels. Line height will be set to 1.4, and the color I'm going to be setting that to RGB 96 96 comma what 96 one more time, and then 96. So now if we save our file, and let's just wait for it, and it's now looking like crap. Zoom out a bit, and yeah, it's looking still like crap. But instead of providing that line height, I'm going to comment that out. Let me just comment that, and yeah, it's still looking like crap. So I'm going to just increase the size of that one. Height will be now set to 400 pixels. So if you save that, and still looking bad, still looking bad. So instead of 400, 450 would be fine. If you set it to 450, it's taking care of it, but I'm gonna set that to 500, and now if you save it, and yeah, that's looking better. Yeah, that's totally looking better. You can change that to like 400, 480 would be fine. Yeah, that's awesome. And now let me get my card title. So I'm going to just write card title, and the margin for the bottom I'm going to give him like 20 pixel, and the color will be now set to RGB of 28 comma 28 and comma 28 one more time. So if you just save our file and look at this card title, so the color is changed to that 28 color, and yeah, that's looking better. What else can we do? Let me just get these primary buttons which we provide right here, and now let's just style that. But before we do, you know what, I'm gonna set that to perfectly 500, like so, 500. Now if you save that, yeah, that's looking better. And now let's just finally style or primary buttons. So I'm going to be using btn and then primary. Okay, so I'm going to just change that to text decoration of none. Color I'm going to give him like 515151 color, and the border will be now set to 1 pixel solid, and then that same 51 color. And padding I'm going to give him like 10 pixel for top and bottom and 20 pixel for left and right. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. So you can play around with this project if you want to, but now I give you a lot practice of that extend keyword, or extend what do we call it, extend directive to be precise. So you can change everything if you want to about this project. And now we are totally done with this section of extends as well. Say bye bye to this one. And now we are going to be learning a operator in CS, or not CSS but in Sass. Let's just see. Open the markdown preview. So we have different kind of operators, and I'm totally sure that we have more operators than these one, which I'm going to be showing you in this section, but I guess you will never use them. So if you want to check it out, so I'm going to give you the link in the description below if you want to check that out, or you can just hit Control or Command K and you can search for operators. So you can just hit enter and it will now bring you to this operator right here. So we have string operator, we have different kinds of operator, but we are going to be just learning about the specific ones. So alright, so first of all, let's just learn about what in the world is operator. So if you have already worked with some sort of a programming language, so you already know what operator is, but if you haven't worked with any programming language before, that's totally okay. So here's the definition of operator. So operator is the symbol that tells the compiler to perform specific mathematical, conditional, or logical function. It is a symbol that operates on a value or a variable. Okay, so this is something which we are going to be using, and or compiler. So in this case, our compiler is a Sass compiler which we are using, and we can do a lot of stuff with these operator which we are going to be learning right now. So we can do we can like perform mathematical stuff, we can do conditional statements which we are going to be learning right here inside these directives right here. You don't have to worry about that for now. And you can also do logical functions or whatever. So you just have to remember this definition right here. Alright, so we have different kind of operator in Sass. So we have equality operator, we have a relational operator, and we also have a boolean operator, and we have more lists. Like you can learn about that if you want to, that other ones, but I'm not going to go into that much detail. So first of all, let's just learn about the equality operator. So here you can see we have this list right here. So we have some sort of a selector, and inside this selector we are just using this value right here like padding, and we are comparing both of these properties. So we are checking like if both of them are equal or not, and the result it will give us a boolean. So what is a boolean? Let me just make it a bit bigger so you can see everything a bit better. So what is a boolean? A boolean can be either true or false. So it will either give us a result of true or false. So I know this stuff will be a little bit confusing at first, but once you work with that, everything will click for you. You don't have to worry about that much in detail. So here you can see these are known as operators. So here you can see we are now just checking if 10 is equal to 10 or not. So the result it will give us true. 10 is equal to 10, so it will give us the result of true. And then here you can see we are now using 10 pixel is equal to 10m. So here you can see the unit is changed, so the value will be, or the result will be set to false. And here you can see we are now using like 10 pixel is not equal to 10 pixel. 10 pixel is equal to 10 pixels. So oh my goodness, so 10 pixel is set to 10 pixel, so it will now give us false right here because this statement is totally false. And now here, what is the meaning of this statement? So we are checking 10 pixel is not equal to 10 pixels, so that's false. 10 pixel is equal to 10 pixels, so it will give us the result of false. And then finally we have like 10 pixel is equal to, or I mean like 10 pixel is not equal to 10m, so that's true. Like 10 pixel is not equal to 10m. This one will give us different value, this one will also give us different value, so both of them are not the same, like not the same, so it will give us the result of true. So that's the first one. Then we have a relational operator. So relational operators are those which compare the value of two numbers. They tell whether one number is smaller or greater than or equal to other number. They automatically convert numbers into comparable units. Here you can see we use a margin, but you can use whichever kind of property you want. And now here you can see we are just checking like 10 is greater than 50, so that's true because 10 is greater than 50, so it will give us the result of true. And then we have this condition right here. So 10 pixel is less than 17 pixel, so that's also true, so it will give us true. So then we have another one. So 96 pixel is greater than or equal to 1 inch, so it will give us the result of true. So if you just check like I don't know, 10,000 millisecond is less than or equal to 1 second, so it will also give us the result of true. Then we have a boolean operator. So a boolean refers to a value that can be either true or false. So we have an and operator, then we have a not or operator, then we have a not operator. So if both conditions are true, then the value will give us the return value of true. If one of them are false, it will just set everything to false. So you just have to remember these notes. So that's on the and operator case. If you are working on or operators, if either condition are true, then the value will be true. It doesn't care about the other conditions. So if it found one of them true, so it will give us the value of true. Otherwise, like if both of the values are false, it will just set everything to false. Alright, so then finally we have a not operator, and it returns the opposite of the value. So if the value is true and we use the not operator, so it will just convert it to false. So if the value is false and we use this not operator, it will convert it to true. Here you can see we provide a margin. It shouldn't have to be a margin, it should be some sort of a font family of sort. That's wrong, but anyways, we don't have to worry about these property, but we do have to worry about these values right here. So we are using different kind of values right here. So we have a value like Arial is equal to Arial, so that's true, and 10 pixel is equal to 10, so it will give us the result of true. So then we have another one. So if Arial is equal to true, so this one is true, and then we have an operator, and then 10 pixel is equal to 20, so it will give us false. So one of them are false, so it will give us the result of false. Okay, so then we have another one. Arial is equal to Arial, that's true, or 10 pixel is equal to 20. So one condition is true, so the answer will be true. So here you can see we are now using the OR operator right here, and we are getting the true result right here. And then we have Arial is equal to Roboto, that's false, or 10 pixel is equal to 20 pixels. So this one will be now set to false, this one will be set to true, and this one will be now set to false, because here you can see this one condition is false and this one will be also set to false. Okay, so it will give us the result value of false. Alright, finally we have a toggler or not, whatever you want to call it. So we are now using like 10 pixel is equal to 10 pixel. So by default the value is true, and now if you use the not operator, so it will convert that value to false. Okay, so now here you can see 10 pixel is equal to 20 pixel, so the default value will be false. So here you can see we use a not operator and it will now convert it to true. So now let me just write all of that coding in action, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just create a new file, give a name of like index.html. Oh my god, I provided space at the end. Let me just remove that empty space from it, and let me just create a new file, give a name of like not index but style.scss. So that's that. So what else can we do? Let me just open my activity bar, come on, status bar, and now I'm gonna click on this watching and click on this watch Sass one more time, and now let's just hide that, and I'm gonna say bye bye to that one, and I'm gonna open this style.css right here. So both of them will be side by side because we want to check the result of both of them. So I'm gonna just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. So what do I have to do? First of all, I'm gonna just write some sort of a selector. It doesn't matter, we are not going to be using the styling anywhere inside our HTML, but I'm just showing you how the result will look like. So let me just write first of all the padding, or you can use whichever kind of property you like, and I'm gonna just give him like 10 pixel is equal to 10 pixels. So what do you think will be the result? So if you save our file, and here you can see it will be now set to true right here. So let me just duplicate that. So let me just write a comment of, nah, I'm not going to be writing a comment, so let me just duplicate that, and instead of writing a 10 pixel and 10 pixel, I'm going to change that to M. So if you just write M, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the value of false right here. That's because both of them are now not the same. So this one is 10 pixel and this one is 10 M. You can also write rem if you want to. So if I just write rem and save it, it will give us still false right here because both of them do not match. Okay, so it will be now set to false. What else can we do? We can just write like I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to also set that to pixel, but instead of 10 I'm going to set that to 20, and now if you save a file, and now here you can see it will now give us false right here. Okay, so that's that. And now let me just write like, I don't know, font family will be now set to first of all the string Arial. So I'm going to write Arial, and it will be now equals to Arial. Okay, so let's just zoom out, and now if you save our files, it will now give us true value right here, because if you write it either in quotes or not in a quote, so both of them are the same, it will give us the value of true. And now let me just write the padding, let's suppose, and we have different kind of results, like I'm gonna write parentheses, and we have 6 pixels, then we have like 8 pixels, and then we have like 10 pixels. And now let's just do our condition right here. So I'm going to use double quotes, and I'm going to copy this line of code, I'm going to paste it right here. And now if you save our file, so here you can see it will now give us the value of true right here. That's because both of them are now the same, so it will give us the result of true. But let's suppose if I change one of them, like instead of writing 8, I'm going to change that to like 20, and now if you save our file, and here you can see this one will be now set to false right here. So this is how the equal to operator works, or you can also say the equality operator works. Alright, so that's that. And now if you save a file, nothing will be show up inside our style sheet file as well. So what else can we do? Next we are going to be learning about relational operators. So I'm going to write relational and then operators for operators. So this one will be now set to equality operators, and that one will be now set to relational operators. So we are going to be using greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, and less than or equal to. Okay, so I'm going to just write padding right here, and I'm going to be just using 10 pixel is greater than 30 pixels. So if you save that, it will give us false right here, because 10 pixel is not equal to 30 pixels, so it will give us the result of false. Alright, so now let's just duplicate there and change this one from 10 pixel is greater than. I'm going to change that to less than. So 10 pixel is less than 30 pixels. So if you save a file, that's true because 10 pixel is less than 30 pixels. So that's true. It will give us true value right here. Alright, so duplicate that one more time, and now let me just change that to greater than or equal to. So we are now checking like 10 is greater than or equal to 30, so that's false. So if you save a file, and here you can see it will now give us false right here. Okay, so that's false. Now let me just duplicate there, and now let me just use like less than or equal to, and it will be now set to true because 10 is less than or also equal to 30, and now if you save a file, it will now give us true right here. So this is how we can use a relational operator. And now I'm going to comment this line out, and now let me just write another comment for myself, which will be a boolean operator. So these will just give us either true or false. So let me just write a padding. I'm going to write a padding in here, and I'm going to just use like Arial, A-R-I-A-L, and it will be now set to A-R-I-A-L. Okay, so and I'm going to be using an AND operator right here, and 10 pixel equal to 10 pixel. So if you save a file, and it will now give us false. Why are we getting false right here? That's because one of them are false. So this one is true and this one is not true because this one is set to false. If I just write 10 pixel right here, so if I just write 10 pixel and 10 pixel, you know, I'm gonna just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better, like so. So here you can see this statement is true, but this statement is false. So, I mean, like both of them are now set to true. If you just save that, so it will now give us true. But if I just remove that pixel from there, and now if you save it, here you can see it will now give us false value right here. Okay, so that's the AND operator. So now let's just learn about the NOT operator. So you know, let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to change that to 20, and let me just give you the example of pixel as well. And now if you save that, it will give us false. So let's just duplicate that and change this one to roboto. Okay, so if you save our file, it will still give us false. Alright, so that's that. And now let's just use that OR operator. So what is the OR operator? We already learned that, but let me just say that one more time. So if either conditions are true, then the value will be true. Otherwise, it will be set to false. Okay, so I'm going to be using a padding in this case, and I'm going to just write like, I don't know, Arial, A-R-I-A-L, and will be also equals to A-R-I-A-L in quotes. Okay, and OR operator, we are now using the OR operator right here, 10 pixel and equal to 20 pixels. So what do you think will be the result of this statement? So if you save our file, it's now set to true because it doesn't care about the next condition. It will just check if one of the condition is true, it will give us true. If like all of the conditions are false but one condition is true, it will give us value of true. But if all of the conditions are false, so it will just give us the value of false. So now let me just duplicate there and change this one to like, I don't know, play fire or play fair. I guess it was the name of play fair, F-A-I-R. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will be now set to false. And this is how you can play around with that. And what else can we do with that? And now let's just learn about the NOT operator. So I'm going to be writing that padding one more time, and here you can see I'm going to be writing 10 pixel is equal to 10 pixels. So you already know what will be the result if you save a file. So here you can see it will now give us 10 pixel. I mean, like not 10 pixel, but true right here inside our CSS selector file. So this is now true, but if you want to convert that to false, so for that we can use the NOT operator. So if you just write NOT, and now if we save it, it will now convert it to false. Okay, so if you just duplicate this line of code, and let me just remove this NOT from here, save it, it will give us true. I'm going to change this operator to not equal to, which means like 10 is not equal to 10. So if you save it, that's false. But if you want to convert that to true, so for that we can just use this not operator right there. So if you save our file, it will now convert it to true right here. Okay, so this is it about this operator and stuff, and you can learn more about that in the docs. And I'm done with this Sass operator, and we're not going to be building any more project until we get to this portfolio project. So now let's just learn about Sass functions. So now let me just open that, and not the status bar, but open markdown preview. Alright, so first of all, we are going to be learning about functions, but we are going to be start working on a built-in function first. All of that function which was Sass developer already built for us. So first of all, we are going to be learning all of that function, and then we are going to be creating our own function. So first of all, let's just learn about what in the world is even a function means. So if you already work with some sort of a programming language, you are already aware of this concept of function. But if you're not, and if you haven't worked with some sort of a programming language before, so here is the definitions. Function allow you to define complex operation in a SassScript values that you can reuse throughout your style sheet. They make it easy to abstract out common formulas and behaviors in a readable way. So how can you create a function? This is also a directive which we already learned just a second ago. So if you want to create a function, you know what, we will get to the syntax of that, but I want you to just notice that we have some sort of a code which will look like this, which we are going to be learning just in a second. And now if you want to use that, if you want to use the result of that coding, so you would just use the name of the function, and then you will just specify different kind of values to it. So we have different kind of built-in function. So here you can see we have a list of built-in function. You can just click on this link, or you can just copy it and just paste it right here somewhere inside your browser, and it will give you the list of all of the built-in function which we have inside our Sass, like all of those function which some other developer wrote for themselves, and we can now use that function in our projects. So now let me just remove that. Let me just also remove that, and now let me just create 3 files, not 3 but 2, and it will be now set to index.s, not scss but html. And now let me just create another one called style.scss for style sheet. Okay, so now let me just click on this watching, click on the watching one more time, remove that, and open this file inside a live server. But before I do, I'm gonna have to write our doc type HTML and functions. Okay, so now let's just link that to our CSS file. So do we already? Yeah, I already have that. So now if you save a file, right click on it and open it with the live server right here. So first of all, we are going to be learning about a built-in function, then we are going to be creating our own functions. So instead of just click on that, I'm going to show you everything on a style sheet which we have right here. So let me just take that side by side because we are just interested in the results, and you can reuse that same knowledge throughout your projects and stuff. Alright, so now let's just learn about a built-in function, and then we are going to be creating our own functions. So we are going to be first of all starting from what do we call a math function. So we have a lot kinds of math function, but you can check out the list which I give you in the description below, and also in this course coding if you want to check that out. But we are not going to be exploring all of these built-in function. It will just take us forever. I'm going to give you a test of it, but we are not going to be covering all of them. So I'm going to just write padding, and it will be now set to, like, I don't know, let's just start working on our max. So max will take a lot of parameter, and it will just give us the maximum value of that parameter. So I'm going to just write 10 pixel and then 20 pixel. Let me just put a comma in there, and you know what, I'm going to just take that like so. So 10 pixel, and I'm going to write 50 pixel, and then we have 20 pixel, and then 60 pixel, and then I'm going to write 2 pixel right here. So what do you think will be the maximum value in this function? So now if you want to find out, so if you just save our file, and here you can see it will now use us 60 right here. So why is that? That's because the highest value is now set to 60, so it will give us the result of 60 right here. So now if you want to get the minimum value, so we can just duplicate this line of code, and we can just change that to like min, so it will now give us the minimum value. So what is the minimum value? The minimum value is 2 pixels. So if we save that, and it will now give us 2 pixel right here. Alright, so we have different kind of methods right here, so I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to just change this method to something else, like I don't know, let's just use a random. So now if we just use random, and now if we save our file, so anytime we save our file, it will give us a random value right here. So if you just save it one more time, and here you can see it's now 977, save it, and it's now set to 00167 save it one more time. So it's now different, it's now giving us different kinds of values. So if you want to get different kind of values in some sort of a number, so we can just write like, I don't know, maybe I'm going to just write 10, and now if you save that, it will now give us 6. If you save it one more time, it will now give us 3. Save it one more time, it will now give us 9. Save it, 2. Save it, and 5, it will give us random values based on that value which we provide right there. We have a unit and unit list, so let's just duplicate there, and I'm going to remove this random from here, and instead I'm going to just write a unit inside there, and I'm going to provide 10 pixels. So if you save there, it will now give us the unit of pixels. So if you just set that to something else like rem, if you save it, it will give us rem. If you change that to like 20 m, if you save it, it will give us the value of m right here. Alright, so this is going to be it for the unit. We also have a unit list. So if you just write LESS, so what is the meaning of this unit list? So it will just check, does this value include a unit? Yeah, it already includes these units. So this is not a unit list, so it will give us false. So here you can see it's now getting false. If you just remove this m from there, and now if you save that, it will now give us true right here. Okay, so this is how the unit and the unit list work. And you can explore that other one, like there are a lot of them. I guess there are like percentage and comparable and round and floor and seal. There are a lot of them, but I guess these are it for the math. I'm gonna just comment them out, and now let's just learn about a string functions. So let me just write a math func, or functions to be precise. So let me just make it yeah, that's better. And now let me just write a string. Now let's just discuss a few string functions or string built-in functions. So I'm going to just select my selector, not this one. Yeah, you know, I'm going to just take it from here. Come on, let's just remove this warning. Cut it from here. I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to paste it right here. And yeah, that's fine. I'm going to just write my quotes right there. Let's just comment all of these out, save our file, and now let's just take care of them. Now let me just write my coding inside that selector. So first of all, let me just write font family, and we have the first method, which will be quote. So not quote, but quote, Q-U-O-T-E. There we go. So if you just provide some value without any quotes, so I don't know, like roboto, and now if you save our file, and here you can see it will now provide these quotes to it right here. If you change that to like Arial, A-R-I-A-L, and now if you save that, it will now provide that value to it. So if you just write 20, and now if you save that, it will now give us error, because this is not a string value. We cannot provide a string to this one, so it will now give us what do we call it, error. So let's just remove them. And now if you just provide something in a quote, so I'm going to just write quotes, and I'm going to write Arial or Arials. So if you save our file, it will still provide that quotes to it. Okay, so this is kind of a useful function or method, but not that much. If you want to get something without quotes, so we can just write unquote. So we can just provide quotes to it. So I'm going to write like Arial in quotes, and now if you save our file, it will just remove that quotes from it. And let's just remove that quotes right here, like so. Save our file, it will still remove that quotes from it. So these are kind of a stupid I shouldn't have to say stupid, because these can be useful in some situations. So now let's just remove them, and I'm going to be using the other method or function, which is the to uppercase, kind of like what do you call it, text transform of uppercase, lowercase, and all of that kind of as casing. So we have uppercase. So now let me just put like my name, which will be HuXn, in lowercase, and now if you save that, it will now convert it to uppercase HuXn. If you just duplicate that, and instead of writing uppercase, I'm going to change that to lowercase. So now I'm going to change that to lowercase, and I'm going to write everything on uppercase, and now if you save that, it will convert it to lowercase. Okay, so let's just write our font family one more time, and we have different kind of functions. So I don't know which one should I use. So now if you want to get a length of a string, so for that we can write str and then length. So let me just write some sort of a string. It will give us the length of that string. So I'm going to write like HuXn, my own name, and here you can see the length is 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. The length is 4, so it will give us 4 as a result. So now let's just write font family one more time. And what else do we have to do? We can also get indexes if we want to for like strings. So we can just write str index. So let's just remove that from here. Now let's suppose we have this value like HuXn, and we want to get the index of that x. So if you want to check that out, and now if you save that, it will now give us 3. So is that true? So we have h1, 2, and third one is x, so it will now give us 3 right here. If you want to get the index of u, so we can just write u. Let me just write u and save it. It will now give us 2. Alright, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. So now we can also provide different kind of values to it. So you can just write stir and then insert. So it will allow us to insert some new value towards string. So I'm going to just write HuXn. So this is going to be our first value, and then we want to provide like for what we want to replace it with. So we can just write like d. Let's suppose. Now let's just provide the index, like where do you want to replace it with. So I'm going to just write like 4, and now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the fourth one will be now set to d. Okay, so we can also change that to x if you want to. Save it, and we are now getting HuXn. Okay, so this is how you can do crazy stuff with that. Let me just give you the final one. I'm gonna write unique, unique, come on, unique, unique, and then id. So now if you save that, anytime we save that, it will give us unique IDs. So we have uwhs ls. So if we save it one more time, it will now give us uw. Okay, it's the same. Let's just save that. And then du, save it. Then we have a dv, save it, sec, and sfa, and that kind of stuff. So it will now give us unique id anytime we save our files. So now let's just comment all of them out, and I guess that will be it for the strings built-in functions. So now let's just learn about colors functions. So we have different kind of colors function, but I'm not going to go into that much in detail of that. You can check that out in your spare time, and I'm going to change that to color. And now let me just write initial and then color. Initial color will be now set to blue in this case. This is going to be the variable, and now let's just select our container. And what we have to do, I'm going to write a width of like 400 pixel right here, so 400 pixel. And I'm going to also give him a height of 100 pixels. So I'm going to show you that in action. So we have 400 pixel and 500 pixel. And now let's just use our background color will be now set to that initial color, initial initial color. And now let's just use that inside our index.html file. So I'm going to write a container, no content, nothing inside there. And here you can see it will now use this totally blue color right here. Let me just take that side by side like so. So here you can see we have totally blue color right here. So if you want to change that to a built-in function like darken, so it will just make it darken. So I'm going to cut this value, and I'm going to be using darken method right here, and we are going to be providing this first of all the initial color, like which color do you want to provide. You can also just provide I don't know, blue to it if you want to, or you can also provide this variable value, and then you want to provide like how much do you want this color to be darkened. So I'm going to write 40, and here you can see it's now become a little bit darkened, like not that much, but just a little bit darkened. We can also provide 20, and if you save that, it's now looking a bit, not a bit, but kind of a blue. We can also provide 60 and kind of a black, and you can play around with that, but I'm going to set that to 40. Alright, so now let's just duplicate that, and now let's just comment that line out. And what else do we have? We have a lighten one. So now let me just write lighten for lighten function, and we have initial color, and the value will be 40. And now if you save that, and here you can see it's now decreasing the opacity or lightening it up. So if you just save that, it's 10. We can also provide 50 if you want to, and it's now gone. So now let's just stick to 30, and this is how you can play around with that. We can also provide adjust hue. So now let's just duplicate that, comment that line out, and we have like adjust and then hue. We can also adjust the hue and also the saturations. So instead of writing 30, I'm going to set that to 60, and now if you save our file, and here you can see it now become kind of a pink color, and it used to be a blue color. So you can just play around with that one if you want to. So we have 20, 50, and we have 70, let's just provide 90, and here you can see it will now use this crimson kind of color. And now let's just duplicate that, and I will highly encourage you to spend a little bit of time in all of that in your spare time, but I'm not gonna go into that much detail because this value will be totally long. So let me just write saturate and initial color, and now let me just change that to like 50. And now if you save that, it will now use this kind of a blue color. Let me just change the color to something else like crimson. So if you save that, it will now use this totally red color, and we can also play around with that. So saturation will be now set to 10. I don't know, you can increase or decrease the saturation if you want to, but it's not working in my case, so I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm gonna, I'm going to remove this saturation from here because it didn't work in my case. You can play around with their saturation in different kind of colors, but I just kind of want to show you that. And we can also provide different kind of colors, like let me just use a final color which will be like mix method. We are going to be providing mixed values. So we have blue as the initial value, we can also provide green, and we can also provide opacity to it. So I'm going to just write 40, and now if you save that, it will now give us kind of a greenish blue color right here. So we can change that to teal, not teal, come on, teal. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like, we can also change that to red and save it, and this is how it looks like. So let's just change this one to blue, save it, and this is how it looks like. And you can also increase or decrease that one if you want to. So 20, and we can change that to 70, and this is how it looks like right here. And you can play around with all of them in your spare time. So I'm going to just uncomment that, and I'm going to comment all of them out. And now if you save it, and everything is gone. Alright, so that was it for a colors functions. So now let's just learn about a list. So what are a list? A list will be a data structure in Sass. So if you already work with Python, you already know list. But if you haven't worked with Python, so well, a list will allow us to store multiple values in one variable. So this is what a list is. So first of all, let me just create a function, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Alright, so if you want to create a list, first of all, let me just write a separator for myself. If you want to create a list, so we can just write like variable, we can give any name we want, but I'm going to give a name of like list, and it will be now set to different kind of values. So we can provide 20 pixel, we can provide 10 pixel, we can also provide 30 pixel, and this is now list right here. So we have list of values inside this variable. So this is what a list is. Anyway, so now we create our list. So we have different kind of methods for this list, or different kind of built-in function for this list to be precise. So I'm going to be using selector, and now I'm going to just write a padding, and then now if you want to get the length of this list, so what will be the length? So first of all, we are going to be using this length method right here. So length, so this one right here. Alright, so I'm going to just render my list. So if you save our file, and now let's just check him out right here. So the list is now including or containing 3 values, like we have 1, 2, 3, and we can just write our own new values if you want to, like 400 pixel or 499 and 200 pixel and blah blah blah, like so. And now if you save that, it will give us the length of that values which we store inside this list. I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to duplicate this line of code. And now let's just learn about an nth or nth method or built-in function. So it will take 2 parameters. The first one will be the list, and the second one will be the index. So it will give us value based on that index. So if you want to get this second value, so for that we can just write 2, and now if you save that, it will now give us 10 pixel right here. Okay, so if you want to get this third one, we can just specify the index of 3, and now if you save that, it will now give us 30 right here. And if you have more list, and we can just specify the list value, first of all we are going to be providing like from which list we want to get our value, and then from which index we want to get our value from that list. Okay, so we will just provide that 2 values right there inside this nth built-in function. So I'm going to duplicate that, and we have another function called set nth. So I'm going to write set nth like that. So we can also provide different kind of values, or we can also set different kind of values inside our list. So first of all, we are going to be selecting our list, then we are going to be getting the index, and then we can specify different kind of values. Like in this case, I'm going to be writing like 2m. So here you can see, first of all, it will select this list, then it will take the index, like where do you want to replace this new item with. So here you can see we are now just replacing it with this 2m, and now if you save that, now let's just check him out, and now here you can see it now replace it with this 2m right here. Okay, we can also join two list if you want to. So I'm gonna just write padding, and now let me just create list called I don't know, 10 pixel or 20 pixel. You know, I'm gonna just start from ascending order, so 10 pixel comma 20 pixel comma 30 pixel, and yeah, that's what will be fine. Now let me just create a new one like 40 pixel 50 pixel comma 60 pixel 60 pixel. And now if you want to join both of them, so for that we have to wrap it inside this join built-in function. So now if you save that, it will now give us 10 20 30 40 50 60. Okay, so it will now allows us to join two values. So we can also provide different kind of parameters to it. So if you want to join it with commas, so for that we can just write COMMA, yeah, comma would be fine. Now if you save that, it will now join it as commas right here. But if you want to get spacing, so for that we can just write or space, and now if you save that, and it will now join it as a spacing right here. Okay, so that's it about a join function. And now let's just learn about the append ones. So we can also append different kind of values to it. So now let me just write padding, and an append function will just allows us to provide different kind of values at the end of the list. So now let's suppose if you want to append new value to the end of this list, so for that we can just use like append method. So I'm going to just write 40 pixel, and now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting 20 10 30 and 40 right here at the end. We can also change that to something else like I don't know, 60, and now if you save that, and now we are getting the result of 60. Okay, so these are it for how to create a list and how you can work with that by using built-in functions. And now let's just learn about a new data structure which is known as maps. So if you already work with some other programming languages, you are already familiar with the topic called or the concept called objects. Okay, so for those people who do not have experience in programming language, so I'm going to just give you their definition. A map is just a key and values. So you can also provide different kind of labels to your values. So what do I mean by that? Let me just write a variable, and let me just give a name of like font weight. So I'm going to write font WEIGHTS. So now if you want to store a value, so we are not going to be using a curly braces because we're not working on a JavaScript. So we are going to be just writing opening parentheses and closing parentheses, and then we can just specify our keys and values. So if you want to provide a key of like regular, so you can just write like regular, and then you have to specify the value for the keys. So I'm going to just write 400, and you can also just provide whichever kind of value you like. I'm going to write a medium, so medium, yeah, the spelling is right. I'm going to set that to 500 pixel, not pixel but just a 500. And finally we have our bold one right here, and I'm going to set that to 700 right here. So 700 will be fine. So now we successfully create our map right here, and now let's just use this map. So if you want to use this map, for that we are going to be using different kinds of, what do we call it, for that we are going to be using different kind of built-in functions. So now we selected something, but I don't know why it's giving us an error. If you have our mouse over it, do not use empty oh come on, do not use empty parentheses. Empty parentheses, what are they even talking about? Oh, I forgot to close it right here, so I'm going to close it. And now if you save our file, and here you can see nothing will happen right here because we create our map or we register our map, but we didn't use that somewhere. So if you want to use a map, so there are a few, not a few, but there are a lot of built-in function for that, but I'm going to be just using a few of them. So font weight will be now set to the map get. So now if you want to get a value from that map, so first of all it will take two parameters. So the first parameter will be, so what will be the name of your map. So I'm going to just set that to font weight. So which kind of value you want to get, I'm going to get the value of like medium in this case. So if we just save our file, and it will now give us the value of 500 pixel, not 500 pixel but just a 500 right here. Okay, so now let's just check the keys for that map. So I'm going to just set that to map-keys, and we can just specify the name of our map. So if you just save our file, so we have these keys right here. So we have regular, we have medium, and we have bold one right here. Okay, so now let's just use another function called values. So like, let me just write not font family but font weight. You can also provide font family if you want to, because this is just an environment. We are just checking the result of our coding. So we have map values. So if you want to get a map values, first of all you have to specify the font name. So I'm going to just provide not a font, come on, the map name. So I'm going to just set that to font WEIGHTS, and now if we save that, it will now give us the values which we specify right here. Now if you want to search for just a specific key, so for that we have another method called map has key. So I'm going to just write font weight of map has key, and we can just render like first of all the map name, which will be now set to font weights, and we can just check for like, I don't know, for bold one. And now if we save that, so we do have that bold value right here, so it will now give us true. But if you don't have a value like, I don't know, HuXn, I'm going to just set that to like HuXn, and now if you save that, it will now give us false, because we do not have the value of not a value but a property of HuXn somewhere inside our map, so it will give us false right here. Okay, so this is how you can play around with that. And yeah, that's going to be it for the maps, and you can explore maps in a really great depth, but I guess that would be it for the map. So I'm going to comment this line out. And now we learn a lot about built-in functions. So now it's time to create our own custom functions in Sass. So if you want to create our own custom function, first of all, let me just write creating custom functions, okay, in Sass. So if you want to create your own custom function, now let me just open my readme.md file one more time, and I'm going to open it with a preview window right here. So if you want to create a custom function, so first of all you're going to be writing an add function directive, then the name for the function, and then the opening parenthesis and the closing parenthesis. Inside these parentheses you're going to be providing your parameter names right here. A parameter is just a local variable which you can use just inside your function, not outside from your function. You can provide more than one parameter if you want to. The main difference between a function and a mixin is that function will have to return some value and mixin will not return some value, so you can just provide your logic inside there. We use a for loops right here, but you don't have to worry about a for loops right now. And then if you want to use this function, so you're going to be just using the name of the function. If you have some parameter, like if you provide some parameter, then you're going to be specifying different kind of values for that parameters. But if you don't have any parameters right here, so you're not going to be providing any values to it. Okay, so this is what a functions is, and this is how you can create a functions. So now let's just create our own functions. So I'll just write one. Okay, so let me just write one variable, and I'm going to just store the value of like 100 pixel. And now let me just create a new variable, give a name of like 2, which will hold the value of 100 pixel as well. And now if you want to create our own custom function, so for that we are going to be using the add function directives right here, or directive to be precise, and then we have to give some sort of a name to our function, and then opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis, and then finally we are going to be using our opening curly brace and closing curly brace. So in this case the name I'm going to give him like add. Okay, so this function will just add two values. So inside this parenthesis I'm going to be providing different kind of parameters right here. You can provide one parameter, you can provide like more than one parameter, it all depends on you. So I'm going to just write like number and then 1 comma and then number 2, because this is the add function, so we have to provide two properties or two parameters right here. So whenever you want to call this function, you have to also give them two values for this function. So now if you want to return something, we are going to be using another directive called return. So it will allow us to return our value from this function. So I'm going to just use like number 1 plus and then number 2. Okay, so now we successfully create our function. If we save our file, nothing will happen because we register our function right here, like we create our function, but we never use that inside our project. So if you want to use this function, so let's suppose we have some sort of a selector like section maybe, and we want to use that, so we can just use like, I don't know, for width, and we can use like add, and we have to specify two values. So if I just specify like, I don't know, 10, and then let me just hit a comma, and then let me just write 10 one more time, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the result of 20 right here. If you want to provide like 40 and 10, and now if you save that, it will now give us 50 right here, because 40 plus 10 will be 50. Okay, so it's now working the way we expect him to work. So this is example number 1. So I'm going to just comment these line outs, and now let me just write example 1, and I'm gonna cut there or copy that from there, and this is going to be now example number 2. I'm going to create a function first of all. So if you want to create a function, you already know you are going to be using the add function directive and then the name to your function. So in this case, we want to get random colors, so you are going to be using the random color right here, so as a label or the name of that function, and then we want to just return the value of RGB for red, green, blue, and we already learned about this function called random. So we are now using a built-in function inside our custom function right here. Okay, so I'm gonna give a value of like 255, the highest value, and then let me just copy that 2 more times. So I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna paste it right here, comma, and I'm gonna paste it 1 more time. So now we successfully create our function. But now let's just use this. So I'm going to just use like section, and I'm going to give him a width of like 100 pixel, and the height will be also set to 100 pixel, and I'm going to also give him the background color, which will be now set to random color. And we have to just call this function right here. So anytime we call this function, and it will give us different kind of values or different kind of colors. So if we save our file, now let's just use this section somewhere inside our program. So I'm going to just remove this container from here, and I'm going to just set that to section. And now if we save our file, and here you can see we are now getting this kind of a teal box right here. And now if we save it 1 more time, we are now getting blue. Let's just take it side by side like so. If we save it 1 more time, so it's now kind of orange. Save it 1 more time, it will now just gives us different kind of colors right here. Like anytime we save our file, it will now gives us different kind of colors. That's because we are using this function right here, and we are also using this random method right here. So it will now gives us like highest contrast of that function, and it will now gives us a random value based on that random function. Anyways, so that's example number 2 of creating a custom function, and you can create different kind of custom function for yourself as well. So now let me just create the final one, and that's going to be it for about the functions section. So I'm going to comment this line out, copy that, and I'm going to paste that right here, and 3. And by the way, all of the code will be available on my GitHub repository if you want to check it out. You know what, I'm not going to give you this third example, not right now, because for that we have to use a lot of if and else statements. So we didn't cover that if and else statement right here. We have to cover first of all that, and then I'm going to give you this third example. So I will give you this example once we jump into this if and else statement. So I'll give you that same example. I'm going to cut that from here. And yeah, I guess these two are fine for now, but once we jump into this if and else statement, then I'll give you that third one, because we are going to be creating our math function from scratch, and it's kind of a long, and it's kind of like a mathy, and also we have to use a lot of if and else statement, which we haven't covered just yet. So I guess that would be it for the function section for now, and now let's just learn about interpolation in Sass. So interpolation can be used almost anywhere in the Sass style sheet to embed the result of the Sass expression. Just wrap it in like opening curly brace and closing curly brace, but first of all you have to provide a pound symbol in there. So I know this is a bit theory, so let me just go ahead and let me just create 2 files, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So let me just create index.html file, and the next file which I'm going to be creating is style.scss for style sheet. I'm going to just write doc type HTML, and I'm going to give a name of like interpolation, PULATION. There we go. And what else do we have to do? I'm gonna also build there, but let me just get my status bar right here at the bottom, and now I'm gonna click on this watch Sass, so it will just convert our Sass code into pure CSS code. So I'm going to just collapse that one more time, and now I'm going to just link that to the newly created CSS style.css file. Okay, let's just hide this head area, and in HTML what I'll do is that I'll just write UL. Inside this UL I'm going to be creating a li, and I'm going to get this I mean like 3 times would be fine. Okay, and I'm going to give them like different kind of classes to it. So I'm going to write a class keyword in here, and the first class will be 1, then 2, and then 3. Okay, so these are the classes which you are going to be using. So I'm going to save my file, right click on it, and open it with live server. So it will now open this file in a live server. So now I'm going to go into my style sheet, and now I'm going to write some code. So first of all, I'm going to create 3 variables. So I'm going to write a 1 and set the value to be like red, and I'm going to create 2, set the value to be totally blue, and then 3, and I'm going to set the value to totally green. Okay, so let me just make that a bit bigger. First of all, let me just get my li, and I'm going to give a width of like 100 pixel, and the height will be also 100 pixel. Yeah, 100 pixel would be fine. And I'm going to remove that list style, so I'm going to write list style type to none, and margin I'm going to give him like 5 pixel all around, and text alignment will be now set to totally centered. So if we save our file, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just style each of that class which we provide to this li. So I can select these classes by just writing period and then writing the class name, but instead I'm going to be using CSS or Sass Interpolation. So if I want to render this variable right here, so for that I'm going to be writing pound symbol, then opening curly brace and closing curly brace. So inside these curly braces I'm going to be writing the variable name. So in this case we are going to be writing 1. And first of all, before getting into all of that, let me just open my style sheet right here, and let's just make this side by side so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And now I select this one right here inside these interpolations, and now I'm gonna just write like I don't know, bg of that same variable. So I'm gonna write 1, and now if we save our file, so here you can see it will now select that 1 variable, and it will just change the value of the background to totally red. And I can do the same for that other one, so let me just duplicate that 2 times, and now let's just change this one to 2, and this one will be now set to 2. Okay, so 2, and this one will be now set to 3, and finally this one will be also set to 3. And now if you save our file, so here you can see we are getting 1, 2, 3, and green, blue, and red values right here. Okay, so these are just interpolation. It's not a huge topic to learn, but I just kind of want to put it in this course anyway. So that's that, and you can check out the result, and here you can see this is how it will look like. So we have red color, blue color, and green color. Okay, so that's that. Now let's get into directives in Sass. So we are going to be learning about if and else, for loops, each loop, and while loop. So if you've already worked with some sort of other programming language like Python, Java, JavaScript, Ruby on Rails, or any other programming language, so you already know the concept of if and else, for loops, each loop, and while loops. So if you don't, that's completely okay too. Now I'm going to be creating 2 files, and I'm going to give them first of all like index.html, and now let's just create another file, style.scss, for styling style sheet, or syntactically awesome style sheet, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to just write conditional statements, and let me just link there to that file. Let me just open it, and let's just click on this watching, and now let's just watch for this file. Okay, and it will now create that file for us, and I'm going to link that inside my head area. Let me just hide that status bar. Anyways, so I'm not going to be writing any code inside this HTML file, but I'm going to right click on it and open it with the live server, say bye bye to the interpolation one, and now let's just write our coding. But before we do, first of all, we have to learn like what in the world is a conditional statements. So conditional statements are something which allows us to control the flow of our program. So let me just give you some sort of code. You don't have to write that. Like first of all, if some condition is true, then run this line of code which is inside this condition right here. If that condition is not true, then you can write your own condition. Like there are a lot of conditions you can write. So let me just write condition one more time, then run this line of code. So instead of writing gibberish, I'm gonna just write like code, and let's just change this one, copy that, and paste it right here. And finally, if all of the conditions are set to false, so you can also write an else block for yourself. So finally run this code. Okay, so let me just say that one more time. If some condition, we are going to be passing some condition right here. If some condition is true, then run these block of code right here. So anything which we put inside there, this will run, not this one, not this one, but this line of code will run if that condition is true. If that condition is not true, it will jump into this condition right here, like this second else if condition right here, and you can put countless of else if condition right here if you want to. It totally depends on the project you are working on, but in some cases you'll just need like 1 or 2 if conditions. Anyway, so that's on you. So first of all, we have a if some condition. If that condition is true, then run this line of code. If that condition is false, then check this condition. If that condition is true, so then run this line of code. If that condition is also false, so then finally let's jump into this else block and then run this line of code. Okay, so this is how you can work with the if and else statement. So I'm going to remove that, and now let me just write some real world coding. So I'm going to start from the if. Okay, so let me just get my paragraph right here, say bye to that one, and let me just open this style sheet right here. Okay, so you guys can see everything side by side. All right, so now we first of all select some paragraph, or you can select like anything you want, but in my case I just put a paragraph right there. And now let me just create a variable outside from this if and else statement. So I'm going to create a variable and give a name of like value, and it will store the value of 5. So we have 5 inside this value variable right here. Okay, so what else I would do? First of all, if you want to write a if and else statement, so you are going to be first of all writing the and then if. So this is now known as directive in Sass. Okay, so first of all you write like if, and then you're going to be providing your own condition. So 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Then we want to work with that. So let's just put like, I don't know, font size to be like 20 pixel. And now if you save our file, so what are we getting? We are getting 20 pixel right here. So why is that? If I just set that to like 3 maybe or 4, and now if you save that, so here you can see nothing will happen right here. That's because this condition is now set to false, so it will not run anything. It will just search for the new condition, but we don't set any new condition right here, so it will just give us nothing. But if this condition is true, like if I set that to 2, and now if you save our file, so here you can see we are now getting font size of 20 right here, because this condition is true, like 1 plus 1 is 2, so that's why we are getting 20 right here. And we can change that to something else, like we can provide, I don't know, background color of teal maybe, and now if you save that, it will give us the background color of teal. If we change that to like 1 plus 1 is equal to 1, so that will be false. Okay, so this is just a simple example. That's because I want to show you like how the if and else statement works, and you can go crazy with that. So now if you save a file, and here you can see it will now apply their styling to whatever the text or whatever the paragraph we already selected. Now let me just write a new one. So underneath there, we are not going to be writing else and if statement, but we are going to be writing another. But I want to give you another example, like and if 10 is greater than 3. So what do you think will be the result? So if I just write background color to be pink, and if I save my file, and here you can see the background color is pink right here, that's because 10 is greater than 3, so it will give us that result. But if I just write 10 is less than 3, and now if we save our file, so nothing will happen right here, because this condition is now set to false, so it will not give us nothing. But if this condition is true, if I just write greater than sign, and if we save that, it will give us that value or whatever code we provide right here inside that. So now let me give you one more example about if. So now I'm going to write if directive and then values. So we have that value right here. So inside this value variable, we have the value of 5. So which means like if 5 is less than 5, so what do we want to do with that? I'm going to just change the color to be totally blue, and now if you save that, it will give us nothing, because 5 is not less than 5, so it will give us nothing. So if I change that to like 6, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the color of blue. Okay, so this is how you can work with the if directive right here. So this is all about the if directives. So now I'm going to just select all of that, and I'm going to comment it out right now. Okay, so what else do we have to learn? Now in this case, we want to learn else block as well. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just write like let me just create the variable one more time. So value will be now set to 1. And now let's just select that same paragraph right here, and I'm going to be using if and then the value is equal to 1. So what do we want to do? We want to just write a color to be totally blue in this case. If the value is not equal to 1, so then we want to run another condition, so which is else if. Okay, so you're going to be writing else if, and then you can put your new condition right here. So now let me just make that a bit smaller so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now here we are going to be providing our new condition, which will be like if value is greater than 5 and value is less than 10. And now let me just write, I'm gonna make that a bit smaller like so, or let me just take that side by side, and yeah, that's looking better. And now let me just make that a bit bigger. So first of all, let me just write a code of color will be now set to teal. So first of all, it will check this condition. If this condition is true, it will run this line of code. If that condition is false, then it will jump into this condition, and then it will check this line of code. If these conditions are true, then it will run this line of code. If these conditions are also false, so then we are going to be writing our else block. So now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now just getting the color of blue. That's because this condition is true, so it will not jump into this condition right here. So if we change the condition to something else, like if value is not equal to 1, and if we save our file, and now here you can see we are not getting anything. That's because this condition is false. And now let's just check this condition. If value is greater than 5, so 2 is not greater than 5, so this one is false, and 2 is less than 10, so this condition is true, but this condition is false, and we are just using and. Okay, so you already know what and is. If we change that to or, and now if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us the color of teal right here, because the or operator will just search for one true value. If it found one value true, so it will just give us the result of whatever we have right here, and or true to be precise. If we just write that to and, so both of the values should be true, otherwise it will give us nothing. So if you just save that, and nothing will happen right here. Okay, so this is how you can do multiple if and else statements. So you can also write like else and if and then another condition if you want to, but I'm not going to go that much crazier to it. But finally, let me just show you the else block. So if everything is set to false, so what do we have to do? I'm going to just write a color to be let me just write a color to be red in this case. So now if you save our file, it will give us red right here, because this condition is now set to false, this condition is also set to false, and also this one. So now let me just say that one more time. It will check this condition. If this condition is true, it will run this line of code. If this condition is false, so it will jump into this condition right here. If this condition is also false, so it will jump into finally this condition. If that condition is true, then it will just run this line of code. So now here you can see this condition is set to false, and this condition is also set to false, so finally it will jump into this condition, and we cannot provide any condition and nothing, because this is going to be the final or the default state of that conditional statement. So it will give us the color of red right here. If you change that to something else like or, and now if you save that, and now here you can see we are getting the color of teal instead of color red. That's because of these conditional statements. So if I change that to and one more time, and now if you save that, we are getting red. Alright, so that's another example of if and else statement. Now let me just use this example with mixins. So let me just comment all of this code right here. Let me just comment that out, and let me just give you another example. Let me just write a separator for myself using with mixins. Okay, so first of all, let me just create a mixin right here, and I'm going to give a name of like styles, and I'm going to just provide a value variable inside there, because this is going to be the local variable. And what else do we have to do? I'm going to just provide a width to be like value and plus pixel, and also the height will be now set to value, whatever the value we pass in that mixin, plus equal to pixel. And now let's just use our conditional statements right here. So if the value which we provide is greater than 10 and the value which we provide is less than or equal to 20, so what do we have to do? We want to just change the color to be orange. So let me just write orange in here. If that's not true, then we want to run this line of code. So if and else value is greater than 20, so like the variable which we pass up there, the value is greater than 20 to be precise, and the value is less than or equal to 50. So what do we want to do? We want to change the color to be totally teal. Okay, and finally, if that condition is also failed, so we want to run this line of code. So we are going to be writing else, and color will be purple. Alright, so all of them are now totally looking better. And finally, let's just use this mixin somewhere. You know what, if you save our file and check it out, so we don't have nothing right here, but let me just get some sort of selector. So selector. Inside this selector, I'm going to be using include directive to use our mixin. So I'm going to just write styles and I'm going to provide the value of 15 in this case. And now if you save that, and now here you can see we are now getting the result of orange right here. So that's because we check if value is greater than 0, so 15 is greater than 0, and value is less than or equal to 20, so 15 is less than or equal to 20, like less than 20, so this condition is true. And now here you can see we are now getting the color of orange right here, O-R-A-N-G-E, O-R-A-N-G, yeah, both of the spellings are fine. What if we just duplicate this line of code and we change that to 25 in this case? So if we save our file, and here you can see, you know what, I'm going to comment this line out. Let's just comment this line out, and now if you save that, and now here you can see we are now getting the color of teal right here. That's because 25 is greater than 20 and 25 is less than or equal to 50, so that's why we are getting the color of teal right here. And finally, if you just write something which is not appropriate, so now let's just duplicate this line of code, and you know, I'm going to just write 100 in this case. So now if you save that, here you can see it will now give us the purple color right here. That's because 100 is greater than 20, but here you can see we are now using the AND operator, so that's why this condition will be now set to false. So it doesn't care about the next condition, and value is less than or equal to 50, so both of these values are now set to false. And here you can see we are now getting the result of purple right here. So this is how you can use these directives, like if and else directives, with mixins if you want to. So I'm going to just comment this line out. And finally, as I promised in this what do we call it, this functions section right here, that I'll give you another example, like example third, once we jump into the if and else statement. So now it's time to give you that example. So I'm going to just write like functions in here. So I'm going to write functions. So now I'm going to create a variable, give a name of like 1, and the value will be now set to 100 pixel. And now let me just create another variable, give a name of like 2, and the value will be 4 pixel. Okay, so now let's just create our functions. You already know how to create functions in Sass, and now I'm going to just give a name of like math, and it will take 3 parameters. So I'm going to just write OPER for operator, OPER, yeah, the spelling is fine, and then number 1, and then also number 2 in this case. Okay, so inside this function, what do we have to do? We are going to be checking if our operator, let me just write operator, is equal to add. So what do we want to do with that? We just want to return number 1 plus, and then number 2. Let me just write number 2. So we are creating a math function. So first of all, you will have to provide the operator which you want to use, and then the number 1, and then the number 2. So what do you want to do with this number 1 and number 2? If you provide the operator of add, like here you can see we provide add right here. You can also set that to plus if you want to, but in my case add is fine. And if you provide the value of add, and then you have to provide 2 numbers, so like 10 and 10, so it will give us, it will add it, and it will give us the sum of 10 and 10, so it will give us 20 as the result. Okay, so then we want to check another conditions, or you know what, let me just write another condition. So if an operator, so now let me just render my operator right here. If operator is equal to subtract, S-U-B-T-R-A-C-T, so what do you want to do? We want to just return, let me just write return statement in here, and number 1 minus number 2 right here. Okay, so this is going to be the subtraction. Now let's just duplicate that. So this change this one to multiply, so I'm going to write M-U-L-T-I-P-L-A-Y for multiplication, and I'm going to just change this one to times. And what else do you have to do? Let's just duplicate that one more time and change the operator to something else. So let's just change the operator to divide, and change this operator to divide right here. And now let's just duplicate that for the final time, and this one will be now set to mod. So I'm gonna write mod, and this one will be now set to mod operator. So now if you save our file, and here you can see, let me just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. First of all, we have some sort of a function. It will take 3 parameters. So the first parameter it will take is some sort of an operator, like what do you want to do with these 2 values. So first of all, you will provide operator, then the number 1, and then the number 2. And then here you can see we have different kind of conditions right here. If the operator is set to add, so it will just add two numbers. If the operator is set to subtract, so it will just subtract two numbers. If the operator is set to multiply, so it will just multiply two numbers, and so on and so forth right here. Okay, so now let me just get into it, and now let me just provide some sort of selector right here. So I'm going to just write section, and I'm going to change the background color to be, let me just write background to be teal. Now let me just write a code for the add. And now if you want to add two numbers, so I'm going to just set that to width, and I'm going to provide my own function, which is a math function, and the operator I'm going to be providing is add and then comma. And now let's suppose if you want to get like I don't know, let me just write 1 and then 2 right here. So what is the value of 1 and 2? The value of this 1 and 2 is like 1 will be 100 and 2 will be 4 pixel. Okay, so if we just save that, and now if you check it out, so here you can see it will now gives us 104 right here. That's because we provide right here like the one value will be set to 100 and the 2 value will be set to 4. So that's why we are getting 104 to be precise. We can also change that to subtract, but you know what, let's just comment this line out. And now let me just write subtract, so subtract, and if you save our file, let's just remove that from here, and underneath that, what do we want to do? We want to just provide the width to be something, or we are not just limited to write a width anyway, so we can also just write it for height as well. So if you save that, and it will also plus the height, you can use it wherever you want. So now let's just copy this line of code, and I'm going to paste it right here, so I don't want to waste your time. So now let's just use subtract, so subtract, copy that, and I'm going to paste it right here. So it will now just remove both of these values from each other, like it will just subtract it. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and now if you save our file, and here you can see it will now give us 96 right here. So why is that? If you check, so if you just remove 4 from 100, so it will give us the result of 96. Okay, so that's why we are getting 96. So this is going to be it for the subtraction, and let's just copy these and comment it out. And finally, not finally, but we still have a few of them, so now let's just use it for multiplication. So multiplay. Okay, so I'm going to paste it right here, and now let's just change this operator to be multiplay for multiply, and now let's just paste it right here as well. So if we, okay, so we are getting an error right here. That's because we cannot provide pixel values in these multiplications. So what I'll do is that I will just remove this pixel from the second variable. So now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us 400. Yeah, that's because it will just multiply this 100 pixel to 4 times, so we are getting 400 pixel and 400 pixels. So if I change that to like, I don't know, 2, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the result of 200 and 200 right here. If we change it to like 3 or yeah 5, if you just change that to 5, so if you save that, it will give us 500 pixel right here. Okay, so this is how you can play around with that. And now let's just copy this line of code. Let me just copy that and comment this line of code out. And finally, let's just use it for division. So divide. This is not going to be the finally. Why am I saying finally all the time? So let's just write divide and also change this one to divide. So if you save that, it will now give us 25. Okay, so this is the result of 20, I mean like divide. So if you just copy that, and let's just comment this line out, and finally let's just use it for the mod operator. So I'm gonna just write mod, and let's just provide it right here, and let me just write mod. So if you just write mod, and now if you save that, it will now give us 0 and 0. Anyway, so that was our complex function right here. So you can play around with that. You can even refactor this code to something else, like I don't know, if you want to change this name to be like opt, and it will now set to opt, and this one to like num1, so like num1, and this or not this come on, so we have $, and then we have num1, and if you hit enter, so it will be now set to num1, and we can also change this one to num2, and here you can see it's now a little bit smaller, and save file, and everything will still work. Anyway, so this is how you can work with the if statement, the else statement, I mean like else if statement and else statement, and all of them are called conditional statements in programming. That was it for the if and else statement. Now let's get into the for loops. I'm gonna just create a file, give a name of like index.html, and I am going to also create a new file, give a name of like style.scss for styling. And now let me just write doc type HTML in it and for loop. Okay, so that's that. Let me just get my status bar right here from the end. Click on the watching, click on the watch one more time, hide it one more time, right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open this file in a live server. So now let's just learn about what in the world is a loop. So we use loops to run our code a certain amount of time but without repeating ourselves. So how does that even work? And what do I mean by all of that gibberish? So if you want to work with the loops in Sass or any other programming language, so you know the syntax will be like, first of all you write some sort of a loop keyword, but in this case this is a directive, so you have to provide this add symbol at the beginning, and then we are going to be rendering our variable, so which will be like set to index. So we are going to be writing from 1 through 10. So what is this code even mean? So we have first of all some sort of an index right here, and then we want to run this code like from 1 through 10. So we want to write some code which will be run from 1 through 10. So how can we go about doing that? Let me just create my box, and it will be now set to so now I'm going to just do a little bit of interpolation. I'm going to just interpolate this index variable right here. So what do we want to do? You know what, if I just even save this file, let's just see. So I'm going to just open this style sheet right here, and now if we save our file, so it will not give us nothing right here because we have to do something inside there. And now if I just write like, I don't know, width, I'm gonna write a width and 100 pixels. And now if you save our file, and now here you can see we are now getting box 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 right here. Okay, that's because it will just run this code from 1 through 10 times. Okay, so it will just run this code from 1 through 10 times. So if you just set that to like, I don't know, 2 and like, I don't know, 5 maybe, so if you save our file, and it will now run this code from 2 through 5 right here. Okay, and you can play around with that, but instead of playing around with that, what I'll do is that I'll just write 100 pixel times the index. So I'm going to just write an index right here, and I'm going to change the background color to be some sort of a background color like random RGB, and I'm going to use this random function right here, and it will be now set to 255. And now let's just copy that. Let me just copy that. I'm going to paste it right here. Finally, for the blue color as well, I'm going to provide a margin to it. So like a margin will be index, and padding will be now set to 5 pixel times the index. So now if we save our file, we cannot see the result just right now, but if we go to our index.html file, and now I'm going to just write a image for myself. So I'm going to just write like, I don't know, box, and then we have to use this interpolation in this image, and finally I'm going to just render that like 10 times. So I'm going to write 10, and if you hit enter, okay, that's not good, we have to remove that. Let's just remove that, and if you check it out, so here you can see we are getting all of that, but we have to provide 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 manually. So if you save our file, and now if you right click on it and open it with live server, and it will now open it with live server, but why we are not getting that result? I guess we didn't link that. Yeah, we didn't link that. So if you link it with the word CSS file, and now if you save that, okay, so we are getting the result for these ones. But if we change that to from 1 through 10, so if you just change that from 1 through 10, and now if you save that, and here you can see everything is working the way we expect him to work right here. Okay, so now let me just explain this coding one more time. So first of all, if you want to run some code a certain amount of time, so for that you can use loops, or if you want to iterate over through something, so for that you can also use loops. So we have different kind of loops in Sass. So we have 4 loops, then we are going to be learning about each loop, then we are going to be learning about while loop in Sass. So how is this for loop work? If you want to work with a for loop, first of all you have to write the add and then the for keyword. So this is a directive, then you have to specify some sort of an index right here. You can also change that to I if you want to, but in my case I just want to be clear with my name, so I just give a name of like index, and then the from keyword, like from where do you want to start your looping. So we want to just set that to 1, and then from where true, you want to set your looping. So like how many times you want to iterate or how many times you want to run your code. So we want to run our code like 10 times. So here you can see our code is running 10 times right here. Okay, so then we are doing our interpolation. So we are getting our box and then we are just interpolating, or so this index will take first of all the result of 1, then 2 throughout this 10. So once it hit 10, so our loop will break out. And then what else we are doing? First of all, we are just setting the width to be like 100 pixel times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and throughout this 10. And then we are just using this background. It will give us like a random, anytime I save my file, so it will just gives us different kind of results right here. So if you save it, okay, so crimson kind of colors, creamy colors, greenish colors, and different kind of colors right here. So anytime we save our file, and it will just give us random colors right here. So this is for random colors. Let me just write it manually. So this line is for random colors. Okay, and then finally we are just using margin. So first of all, it will give us 10 pixel margin, then 20, and throughout this 10 pixel margin right here, not 10 and 20, but first of all it will give us 1 pixel, I guess 1 pixel margin. Let's just see. First of all, it will give us 1 pixel margin, and then 2 pixel, 3 pixel, and finally 10 pixel margin right here. Okay, so this is going to be it for the margin. Let's just see. And finally we have a padding, and we are using 5 pixel from 1 throughout this 10. And this is how the for loops work in Sass. So now I'm going to remove everything from here. Oh, you know, let me just give you another example. I guess I'm just feeling like you didn't get it. Let me just give you one more example. So let's just write for loop. I'm going to write a for, and now I'm going to just render like this index from 1 through not through, but yeah, through 5. And now let me just do our interpolation. So list will be now set to this pound symbol, and now let me just render my index right here. So what I'll do, I'll just write a width of like, width will be now set to 100 pixel times, and then the index. So index. And what else do we have to do? We want to change the background color to be like darken and crimson, and we want to just write like index index times 7% darken. Okay, so padding, I am going to give like padding will be 10 pixel times the index. So now that's cool, but what else do we have to do? We have to go to our index.html file, but I'm going to comment this line of code for now just for you. And now let me just write another code. So I'm going to write a div with the class of list1, and I'm going to put 1 in it, or you know what, I can use emit. So I'm going to just write like list and dash dash pound symbol. Let's just remove that. Let me just store the value of pound symbol, and we want them to be 5. So okay, so it will not help us in here. Let's just write 5, and let me just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now if you save our file, okay, so nothing will happen right now because we didn't use it somewhere. So we have a list, and if you see, so we have list 1, 2, 3. So what's wrong? So we have list 1. Okay, so now it's giving us that result right here. So at first it didn't give us, I don't know why. And now if you just refresh that, we can also change the color to something else if you want to. Instead of crimson, I can change it to something else like teal. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will not give us that much opacity, it will just darken it that much time. So if you just change that to like green, and now if you save that, it will just make it like green. So we can change that to 2, and so on and so forth. So if you just change it to 3, and it's now a little bit darkened right here. We can also provide margins to it. So like margin of index, and now if you save that, it will now give us margin based on this index right here. Okay, so that was another example using for loops. So now let's get into something called each loop. And each is also some sort of a loop, but this is a new style of writing that same for loop. So if you want to work with the each loop, so I'm going to just create a file, give a name of like index.html file. And now let me just create another file, give a name of like style.scss file. And now inside this doc type HTML, I'm not going to be writing anything except each loop. Okay, so save file, right click on it and open it with a live server. It will now open this file in a live server right here. Okay. So first of all, let me just give you the simplest example. So So we can use this each loop anytime we want to iterate over through some sort of a list. So we have to have some sort of a list, so then we can work with the each loop. So let me just write each and then this index right here. So in this case, I'm going to just give him a name of like I. You can give him like index if you want to, but I'm going to just give him a name of like I in this list. So what is inside this list? So I'm going to just write different kind of values. So normal and bold, italics, so italic, and now inside this list I'm going to just do our interpolation. So I am going to just render or embed my index right here. So let's just write font weight of this I. So if you save our file, and now let's just check out our style sheet right here. So we are getting the normal right here, and the font weight will be normal. Then we are getting the bold, and the font weight will be bold. And then we are getting italic, and it will now give us the value of italic right here. That's because we are now iterating over through this list right here by using this each loop. Okay, so that was the first example, and we can also cut this list from here and we can put it somewhere else. So let's just create a variable for that, and I'm going to just give a name of like list, and I'm going to put my list in there. And now let's just use this list right here. So I'm going to just write list, and okay, so we are getting some sort of error. So each I, okay, we are not closing it right here, so we have to close it up above. And now if you save our file, and here you can see it will now give us still that same result right here. So if you have different kind of values like not 1 but 10, 20, and then 30, and now if you save that, okay, it will give us error because because we are using it right here. So cut that, and I'm going to give a name of like I don't know, selector. And now if you save that, and now here you can see the font weight will be first of all 10, then 20, and then 30 right here. So you can put any value inside your list and it will just iterate over through your list. Okay, so now let's just learn about a multi-dimensional list. So if you have more than one list at once, so you can also work with that if you want to. So let's just remove that. I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like normal, and then bold, and then finally like 10 pixel, and I'm going to put a comma in there, and then you have like emphasis, so EMPHASIS, and italic, and also like I don't know, 20 pixel would be fine. So these are different kind of font families, and also the font weights I'm going to be using, or you know what, I'm going to set that to font size, and everything is fine, but I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to give a name of like name. Okay, and then the style, I'm going to put a style in here, and I'm going to also put a size in here, and now I'm going to use the in operator, and now we want to iterate over through this list. So what do we want to do with that? First of all, I'm going to be using our interpolation right here, and I'll just interpolate my name right here. So which kind of name first of all, and then we are going to be rendering our styles as a font weight, and I'm going to duplicate that, and I'm going to just set that to size. We will also render our size as a font size. So if we save our file, and it will give us the result of normal, it will iterate through both of these lists right here, like this normal and this emphasis, and it will give us the result of normal and emphasis, and the font weight will be first of all set to bold and then italic, like bold and then italic, and then it will give us the font size of 10. So 10 pixel and then 20 pixel for the last one right here. Okay, so this one is also working. And finally, let me just show you this each loop in a real world example. So I'm going to remove that, and now I'm going to save this file, and I'll go to my index.html file right here. And what I'll do, first of all, I'm going to be creating a few divs, and I'm going to give them a name of like yellow, and let's just duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to change this one to like orange, ORNGE, and this one to crimson, and this one will be now set to totally red. And now if you save our file, and that's going to be it for this one. So if you just refresh our browser, yeah, we are inside this each loop. Now let's get into our style sheet, and now first of all, let me just create a variable or list to be precise, and it will be colors, and I'm going to put like yellow, orange, or you know, I'm going to remove this comma, orange, crimson, and finally red. Okay, so now if you want to iterate over through this color list, so for that we can use the each right here, and now let's just put our color in colors. So let me just write colors, and now inside there I'm going to be interpolating over color right here. So I'm going to just write color, but I have to put a $sign at first, and I'm going to be using the background color of totally color. Okay, so this is going to be the background color. Let me just go into the body, and I'm going to be using display of flex, and finally let's just use div, and I'm going to set the flex value to 1 and 1 in auto, and also I'm going to be using height of 100 VHS. So if you save our file, okay, so we are not getting anything. I guess we're in a link up or index.html file right here. I mean like style.css file. Why am I saying index.html? So if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now give us different kind of colors right here. So we have yellow, then we have orange, then we have crimson, then we have red. Okay, so that's because we iterate over through all of these color, and we are now getting all of that colors right here inside our browser. So we can change that to something else like I don't know, so we have a green, then we have yellow, green, yellow, green, then we have some sort of teal color. You know what, I'm gonna change this one to teal color and this one will be yellow, green, and this one will be finally set to yellow. Okay, so we have green, teal, yellow, green, and yellow. So green, and this one will be now set to teal, then we have a yellow, green, and then finally we have, or what, yellow. So yellow. And now if you save that, so first of all we have a green, then we have a teal, then we have a yellow, green, and finally we have a yellow color right here. So this is how we can use the each loop inside Sass. So now if you want to work with a while loop, so for that we can just create two files. So I'm going to give a name of like index.html, and now let me just create a new file, give a name of like style.scss, and now let's just open our style, or this activity bar, and now let's just collapse it one more time, and let's just write our doc type HTML in it, and I'm going to be using a while loop, and while loop will run while some condition is true. So first of all, let me just create a variable, give a name of like I, and I'm going to store the value of 10 inside there. And now let's just use our while loop, and here we are going to be passing our condition right here. So if that condition is true, so it will just run that code that much time. So let me just put an I in here, and then less than or equal to 50. So I'm going to just use like selector dash, and now let's just interpolate, or let's just write a pound symbol, interpolate or index variable in there. Okay, so I'm going to use a padding for the left, and I'm going to just write like 1 pixel times or I right here. And finally we have to set this condition to false, otherwise it will give us infinite loop. Okay, so we have to change the value of the I to this I, and then plus something else like 10. So if you save our file, and now if you check it out inside our style sheet right here, so first of all we are getting selector from 10 through 50 right here, and we are getting the padding of 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50 right here. So what are we doing in here? So first of all we have some sort of a variable, we give a name of like I, and we are storing the value of 10 inside there, and then we are checking if I is less than or equal to 50. So this condition is now set to true, so it will run that code that much times. Okay, so that was it for the while loop, and that's it for the directives in Sass. So that's it for directive in Sass. So now let's get into our portfolio project. Alright guys, so now we are totally done with this theoretical concept of Sass, but now it's time to build our portfolio website. So let's talk about the images. I get all of these images from unsplash.com, and by the way, these are my project which I'm going to be using throughout this project. So these are the screenshot of my project to be precise, and these are the images which I've downloaded from Unsplash. So if you want to download these same images, and like if you want to use these same images like for project and for clients and stuff like that, so I'm going to give you a link in the description below which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can download all of these images from there. Anyways, so let's talk about the font. I'm going to be using a font which is like paid font. You have to pay for it, but if you don't want to use that font, so I'm going to show you the alternatives. So let's just go to that fonts.google.com and also cdnjs.com. So I'll just go to these two links right here, and let's just search for a font called, let's just remove the This is for my previous project. Anyway, so alternative font you can use, which is their play fire display or play fair display, however you want to pronounce this name. So you can use this font if you want to. This is going to be the alternative of the font which I'm going to be using throughout this project. And you would also need another font called Roboto. So I'm going to click on this one, and I will get like all of its what do we call it, regular fonts, font weight to be precise. So I'm going to click on this 100, 300, not italic one but just a regular one, and 400, 500, 700, 900. Okay, so now let's get into the cdnjs.com, and I'm going to just search for font awesome. So font awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna also get this CDN, but before we do, let's just create our two folders, like two files. So I'm gonna just give a name of like index.html, excuse me. So I'm gonna also create a new file, give a name of like style.scss for our style sheet. And if you are not following along with this course, you would also need this extension, which is, let's just see, live size compiler. You will also need that. And like if you already know how Sass work and you just want to play around with this project, so you can also use Koala or you can also use CDN if you want to, but in my case I'm gonna just go with this setup. And now let's get into our index.html file. Let me just write doc type and then portfolio. Okay, so let's just toggle our activity bar, and I'm going to click on this Sass one. So let's just click on it. And yeah, it will just start styling, it will just start compiling our project. And now let's just link it with our css. So style.css file, server file, collapse that head area. But before I collapse it, I'm going to click on this one so that we can use our what do we call it, icons inside this project. So I'm going to just save this file. And what else do we have to do? Yeah, I'm going to click on this one as well and click on this import and copy this link. Then I'll go to my style sheet and I want to paste it right here. And yeah, we are totally like done with this project, So I'm gonna also place that right here and comment it out just for a second. We will uncomment that, say bye bye to this one. And yeah, let's just right click on it and open it with a live server. If you don't know what a live server is, so you just have to go to your extension panel, and here you can install it from here, or you can learn more about that if you want to. Anyway, so this is going to be it for the setup. Not it, because we also need to create a folder and give a name of like components, because we are going to be creating our components inside that. We're not going to be creating a React component, we are going to be creating partials. So you can give a name of like partials. You can also even create this file right here if you want to, but in my case this component name is better for my project. So I'm going to just first of all create a few components. I'm going to create a component for my resets. First of all, we are not going to be writing a lot of resets for this project, but I'll just write a padding and margin and that kind of stuff. Now let's just create for navigation, so SCSS. And now let me just create it for a header as well, so header.scss. And then after that we are going to be also creating it for the about.scss and project.scss. So we have our projects.scss for our style sheet, and also for the review, so reviews or reviews would be fine.scss. And finally let's just create a new component for our footer.scss. Okay, so I'm going to close all of them, so say bye bye to all of them. And now let's just open one by one. But before I do, first of all, let me go into my style sheet right here. And I forgot one more. So we also have to create for a variable, so variables, because we are going to be storing our custom variables right here, or custom style sheet to be precise. And also let me just give a body background color of that same background color, like 211 F22. So this is going to be the background color. So if I save it, and here you can see this is my background color right here. All right, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. Now let's just start working on, or let's just create our variables first of all, so then we can work with our project. So I'm not going to be creating a lot of variables, but I'm going to first of all create a variables for a background image, so background image and cover. So let's just put our inliner like no repeat, and also center, background position will be center, and background size will be totally cover. And I'm going to also create a variable for a label color, and here I'm going to be placing this color like AE81 and BF64. So this is going to be the color. And also let's just create a variable for our main fonts. So throughout this project I'm going to be using this font, which is that Brandon or whatever the other name is. I'm going to be using this font, and if you have your own font, so you can use that. And I already show you the alternative font for this font, which is Play Fire Display, if you want to use that one. And you would also need that primary font, which will be, let's just copy that from here. Let me just cut that from here, and I'm going to paste it right here and say bye-bye to that one. And let's just also create our gradient right here. So this is going to be the gradient which we are going to be using inside as our paragraph. So you will see that just in a second. So we have a linear gradient like so, and to the left I'm going to write like this color 35D0 and an F and comma, then we have a E32 and E64. So this is going to be our next color, like a crimson kind of color. All right, so we are now totally done with the variables, so I'm going to say bye-bye to that one. And let's just start working on our resets. So we are not going to be writing a lot of resets, but we will just remove that empty stuff from there. So I'm going to first of all select everything, and I'm going to give a margin of 0, padding of also 0, and box sizing will be set to border box. So if you save that, and we cannot see nothing for now. Okay, so that's for the variables. Now what else do we have to do? I'm gonna import all of these components into the style sheet. So what do I have to do? I'm gonna start working on, first of all, let me just write like comment different, or you know, let's just remove this comment. We don't need a comment for that. So I'm gonna write directive of import, and let's just import our components and then reset. So let's just duplicate this line of code. Before we do, we also have to put this what do we call it, semicolon at the end. And now let's just change it to like navigation, and also change it to the header, and also change it to the about section and to the projects section. And this one will be now set to reviews, R-E-V-I-R-E-W, I guess R-E-V-I-E-W-S. There we go. And now let's just use it for our footer as well. So if you save that, nothing will still happen. Alright, so now we are totally done with this style.css file. So now let's get into each of them, and now let's just style one by one. Alright, so before we do, let me just open my index.html file from there. And yeah, that's looking better, but I guess I forgot to link. Okay, so we already linked it right here. Let me just comment or hide that. And I'm going to start working on my navigation. But before I do, let me just create a div with a class of container. And inside this div, I'm going to create my navigation and UL, LI, and anchor tag inside there. And I want them to be 4 of them. So let's just do our multiple selection or multiple cursors. And I'm going to start working on our home first of all, then we have our about. And by the way, if you are wondering like I'm doing everything so much fast, that's because I'm very good with what do you call it, Visual Studio Coder. And if you want to be good as well, so I've got an entire course on a Visual Studio Coder. I don't know how much long is that. I guess it's 5 or 6 hours long. I'm not sure about that, but you can check it out if you want to. So now if I save my file, and now let's get into our style.css, not style, but navigation.scss. There we go. You saw that how much fast I navigate to this nav.css file. Instead of opening this sidebar and then searching for a navigation and then selecting it, and then you can provide your styling and stuff like that, you can just write F1, and then you can just write the file name like nav, and boom. Okay, so that was just a quick tip. If you want to learn more about that, so you should have to check out my course on that. Anyways, so enough talking. Now let me just start working on our container, and I'm going to give a height of 50 VH for viewport height. Background color, I'm going to set that to linear gradient. Okay, so I'm going to use to the right gradient, and I'm going to just specify my own colors. So like 4F 2D6 2. So this is going to be our first color, and now let me just put my second color like AC 39 and EA. So this is going to be our secondary or second color. And now if you save that, and boom, here you can see this is how it looks like right here. Anyway, so that's that. Now inside this container we have our navigation, and now let's just style that. So I'm going to use display of totally flex, and justify will be now set to flex end, because we want to push everything to the end. So font family will be set to their primary font. So let's just see if we save it, and yeah, did we just, no, it's not changed to primary font. So primary, PRIMARY, yeah, that I totally forgot to include it inside my not css but just style.scss, style.css manually. So underneath this resets, I'm gonna just also render my variables.scss. so now if I save that, and now let's just check him out, and yeah, it's totally working right here. I'm gonna set that to totally, yeah, 90 would be fine. Anyway, so now we have access for that font as well. And now let's just start working on this UL, and I'm gonna provide a margin for the right like 40 pixel, and also margin for the top will be now set to 20 pixel. And now if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like for now. And what else do we have to do? Inside this UL, we are going to be selecting our li, and now let's just style this. So I'm going to use display of totally inline, and list style will be now set to totally none, and margin for the left I'm going to give him not right but left, there we go, will be now set to 30 pixel. And underneath there, I'm going to be also selecting my anchor tag. But before I do, I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like. And now let's just style these. And now let me just select my anchor tag right here and hit tab for indentation. Indentation doesn't even matter, but I'm going to still provide it. So the text decoration will be now set to none, and color will be totally set to FFF, like totally white. And there we go. Here you can see we have our navigation right here. Now let's just take care of our header area. So underneath this navigation, what do I have to do? I'm going to create a section, or div would be fine. I'm going to give a name of like frame.container. Frame, come on, frame, there we go. And inside this frame container, I'm going to create my gradient right here. Okay, so I'm going to put my gradient, yeah, the spelling is correct. I'm going to also work with my header opening tag and closing tag. I'm going to write a section with the class of social, and inside this section I'm going to write my line right here. So I'm going to duplicate that, and yeah, line for the top and line for the bottom. And underneath this first line, I'm gonna have to go to my font awesome, there we go. So now I'm gonna go to this font awesome CDN. Why am I saying CDN? So just go to this fontawesome.com, and now let's just click on this icon right here, and it will brings us to our font collection or library, whatever you want to call it. Let's just click on it. Come on, why it's not working? Let's just open it in a separate window. And now let's just search for a Twitter. So I'm gonna just search for a tweet, TWITTER. I even forgot the spelling of a Twitter. Sorry, my Twitter followers. And I'm gonna click on this one. And let me just paste it right here. And yeah, that's going to be it for a Twitter. What else do we need? We also need a YouTube. So hit enter and click on this YouTube. Click on it and paste it right here. And let's just search for Instagram. So Instagram. There we go. And now let's just click on this Instagram, click on it and paste it right here, and say bye-bye to the other one. Let's just check him out, and here you can see we have these icons right here. Anyway, so that's looking better. I'm going to say bye-bye to this font awesome right here. And what else do we have to do? Underneath this section, I'm going to be also writing my h1, and inside this h1 I'm going to put my alex, and then br for breaking, and then merson. Okay, so if you save a file, and let's just wait for it to render, and here you can see we have our text right here. You can put your own name if you want to, but I just came up with this name like Alex Merson. I guess this is a prototype game person name, I'm not sure about that. Anyways, so now we are totally done with this navigation. Now let's just get into our header.scss file. So I'm going to just start from the frame first of all. So I'm going to select my frame container first of all, and I'm going to give a width of like, not width, but display of flags. Justify content will be now set, not self, come on. Oh my god. So justify content will be now set to totally center. Align items will be now totally set to center. Height will be now set to 80 viewport height. So if you save it, and boom, everything will push up right there. So if I just provide a border of 2 pixels solid and white to it, so if you save it, and here you can see that border. Anyway, so I'm going to remove that, and now let's just select our gradient. So gradient, and I'm going to provide a width of like, I don't know, 72%, and let's just duplicate that, and the height will be 76%. And I'm going to also set the position to absolute, and the bottom value will be now set to 74 pixel will be fine. And what else do we have to do? The background, I'm going to set that to that gradient, gradient. So this gradient variable which we created inside our variables, let me just go to variables file, and here you can see we have that gradient right here. So this is the gradient which we are going to be using inside our gradient right here. Yeah, that's looking better. And I'm going to also give the border let me give a border of border radius to be like 100 pixels. So if you save that, and yeah, it's not working, and let's just see why. gradient and gradient, there we go. So if you save it, and boom, this is working, but all of our texts are not inside there. And now here you can see all of our text is now hidden inside there. So now let's just figure out some way to work with that. So to work with that, first of all, we have to get inside the header area. So I'm gonna give it the width of like 70%, like so. And the height, I'm gonna give him, not, come on, grid and row, and height, I'm gonna give him like 90%. And the margin for the top, I'm gonna give him like, I don't know, 2 rem would be fine. Underneath the background image will be now set to this URL. And now let's just select our images. So images folder, and now let me just get this image, but I'm going to remove this path from it. So if you save that, and yeah, our image is not showing up right here, but I know why it's not showing up. That's because we didn't provide, I guess we didn't provide, what do we call it, position relative to it. So if I just provide a position relative to this one and save our file, and boom, here you can see our text is now here, and also our image is here, but we cannot see it clearly. So now let's just take care of that. I'm gonna write a position, not, why am I writing position? Background size will be not only set to cover, and background repeat, come on, not, yeah, come on. Background repeat will be now set to no repeat, but background position will be changed in this case. We are not going to be writing center or top and bottom, but instead for a top and bottom, I'm going to write 0. For left and right, I'm going to write 280 pixels. So it took me a lot of time to figure out this value for this image, but you have to choose your own if you are working on your own image, or the image is different from this one, so you have to figure out with some other position value by yourself. Now that's looking better, but now let's just take care of that media queries real quick. So underneath this one, I'm gonna write my add media, and I'm not gonna be selecting anything, but I'll just write another media like max width will be now set to like 700 pixel, like so. And yeah, I'm going to also give the background position of centered. So if you save that, and yeah, once we hit that media query, so we have to change everything to the center. And now let me just get my social, which is this social right here. So this social section, and now let's just take care of that. I'm going to give the height of 100%, and the width will be just like 10%. And the display, I'm going to set that to flex. And justify content will be now set to center. Color will be totally set to white, and also the margin for the left will be now set to 10 pixel. And text alignment, I'm going to set everything to totally center. Okay, so now here you can see we change the color of this one, and our text is right here. Anyways, so that's for a social, but now we have to take care of our line. So I'm going to write line. So where is that line? Line is right here and also right here. So what do we have to do for that? So I'm going to just write a margin for 0 for a top and bottom, and auto for a left and right. I'm going to give a width of like 400 pixel. The border radius will be now set to 10 pixel, and the height will be now set to 20%. And background will be now set to like, I don't know, AE 81. And then BF. So this is going to be our background kind of color, and I'm going to also provide a margin bottom for 20 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like, but it shouldn't have to look like that. Let's just see, we mess up something. Yeah, we already mess up flex direction of column right here. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. And now let me just take care of that, but before I do, I'm gonna have to select these FA brands, like all of them. Let me just copy that, selected, and I'm gonna just provide a margin for the bottom, like, I don't know, 10 pixel will be fine. So if you save that, and yeah, it's looking better right now. And finally, let's just take care of that Alex Merson title real quick. Outside from the social, I'm going to select my H1, and I'm going to give a margin for the left of 50 pixel, and the color will be totally white. And font size, I'm going to set that to 5 rems, and font family, I'm going to be using our main font. And font weight, I'm going to set that to normal, and transformation will be set to translate to the y-axis, and I'm going to just write -50 in it. So if we save it, and boom, this is how it looks like right here. You can increase or decrease the size of it if you want to, but in my case, that's looking gorgeous. Alright, so that was it for this header and navigation. And underneath this div, I'm going to start working on our about section. So I'm going to create a section with a class of about, and inside this section I'm going to be pasting 3 paragraphs, and you will see that just in a sec. So I'll just flash through and then you will see that just in a second. Alright, so here you can see I have 3 paragraphs right here with a few line of text right here, but if I want to highlight something, I just put that inside these pens right here. Like suppose if I want to highlight this software, so I put it inside this pen, and if I want to highlight this framework, so I just put it inside this pen, and same will go to HuXn WebDev as well. Anyways, so I'm going to give a class of 2 to this one because we want this one to be at the right, so that's why I give a class of 2 to it. So that is going to be it for this paragraph. So I'm going to go inside this where in the word is the okay, so about section, not about, yeah, about section. And let me just get my about right here. So about, and I'm going to give a height of like 80 viewport height to it, and display will be now set to totally flex direction will be set to column, and flex wrap will be now set to totally wrap, and justify content will be now set to flex n, and what else, align items will be now set to flex start in this case. And I'm going to just provide a font family of their primary font, and also margin for the top I'm going to give him like 23 rems. So padding I'm going to give him like 3 rem and 5 rem, 3 rem for the top and bottom and 5 rem for the left and right. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyway, so now let's just take care of this paragraph, and I'm going to give him a line height to it, and it will be now set to like 1.7, and color I'm going to give him like E add D4 EF. So this is going to be our color, and I'm going to also give him the width of like 400 pixel will be fine. And now if I save that, and boom, this is how it looks like. Alright, so now let's just take care of this second paragraph, and now let's just push that to the right. So for that I'm going to be using a flex box, so I'm going to write 2, and I'm going to just write align self of flex end. So if you save that, and it will just push it right here. Now let's just take care of these software engineer frameworks and HuXn WebDev, which we put inside our spans right here. So now let's just take care of that. I'm going to go inside this paragraph, and I'm going to write my span in it, and I'm going to give them like a padding of 5 pixel all around. And what else do I have to do? I'm going to also provide a background of that gradient, which we've already selected inside our variables file, and border radius will be 100 pixels. So if we save that, and now let's just check him out, and this is how it looks like right here. Alright, looking gorgeous. So now we are also done with this about section as well. Alright, so now we are totally done with this about section. Now what else do we have to do? We have to start working on our project section. So what do I have to do? I'm going to create a section with a class of projects. Inside these projects, I'm going to start with a title. So inside there I'm going to write a recent, and then BR for break, and then pro, and then just pro. And let me just put a span in there, and now let's just remove that empty space from there, and then ject. So projects. So underneath this H1, what do I have to do now? I'm going to zoom in a bit, and let's just select, and let's just create a section with a class of images container. So I'm going to put all of my images inside this images div, and I'm going to just write image, and it will go to the images what do we call it, folder, and then it will go to the projects folder. And now we are going to be selecting our one, and now let's just change this R2 class, and I'm going to write img1, and now let's just duplicate that a few times. So I'm going to change that to like 2, and this one to 3, and let's just change this one to 4. I'm going to also change these images, so this one will be 1, this one will be 2, 3, and then we have a 4. I'm going to zoom out, and now let's just duplicate this images section, and yeah, that's fine, but we have to change these images to like 5, 6, 7, 8, and we're not going to be messing around with these classes. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting these images right here, but that's totally massive. Alright, so now let me get into my projects partials. So inside there, what do I have to do? I'm going to start working on a project. So I'm going to select my projects. Inside that projects, I'm going to select my title, and I'm going to give a margin for left like 50 pixel, zoom in a bit, and also margin for the top I'm going to give them like 8 rems. Okay, so I'm going to also provide a color of totally white. Font size will be now set to 4 and font family will be now set to totally that main font which we've choose, and we already set that in our variables variables partials. So then we have a font weight of normal, and also transformation will be now set to translate to the y-axis, and it will be now set to -50 pixels. So if we save our file, and this is how our title looks like. So now let's just take care of that span. So now inside there, we are going to be writing our span, and I'm going to just change the background to be a label color, which we've set inside of variables. So let me just get into, come on, not this one, but variables. There we go. So this is that color. So now let me just get in. If we save our file, so this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just take care of that images container, and then you will take care of the other stuff. So let me just start working on our images container. And I'm going to write display of totally flex, and flex direction will be set to colon. Justify counter will be now set to center. Align items will be also set to center. So if you save there, everything is now center, but it's huge. It's taking all of the entire viewport. So what do I have to do for that? I'm going to just select my each of images. I'm going to select all of the images, not image rendering. Come on, where in the world I went through? Let's just go back. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to give a width of like 170 pixel, and the height will be now set to totally 100 VH, so like viewport height, and margin for top and bottom I'm gonna give them like 30 pixel. For left and right will be 10 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just style each of these and make it bigger and smaller and stuff like that. Let me just select my image 1, and I am going to just give them like transform or translate to the y-axis of 200 pixels. So now let me just get the other one. So duplicate there, change this one to image 2 and this one to image 3, and we don't have to care about the image 4. So let me just put 150 in it, and then we have or 100. So let me just put a 100 in it, and now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. And now let's just take care of the media queries. Like for the responsiveness, I'm gonna write a media query for a screen size, and also for the end max width will be now set to 680 pixels. So once we hit their media query, so we want to select that image 1 and also the other one. So not this fourth one, but this one will be now set to image 2 and image 3. And what do I have to do? I'm gonna do a multiple cursor selection in here, and I'm going to just write like a margin for a bottom of 6 rem. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. But once we hit that, so once we hit like 680 max width, so everything will have the margin of bottom 6 rem. So there we go. We are now totally done with this recent project section as well. So what else do we have to do? So we have to create a client section. So I'm gonna go to my projects. Let me just remove that. Let's just remove that one. And now underneath this section, what do we have to do? We are going to be creating a section with a class of clients, and now inside that I'm going to put my title in it, and I'm going to just write span and CL for clients. There we go. Okay, so we also have to put our BR for that, and I'm going to just write like a reviews. There we go. Underneath this H1, what do we have to do? We have to create a section with a class of cards container, and inside this cards container I'm going to put a different kind of cards to it. So I'm going to create a card 1 right here, and inside this card 1 I'm going to write like card info, and let me just put my lorem ipsum in it, and I'm going to remove that through that area. And yeah, now let me just put a BR underneath this paragraph. So I'm going to write BR, and what else do we have to do? I'm going to just write div with a class of user info, and inside this user info I'm going to create a new div with a class of user img and user img1. Okay, so these are the classes which I'm going to be providing. And now inside there I'm going to write info. Inside this info, what do I have to do? I'm going to write h4 with a class of username. Okay, so I'm going to write like Rihanna dev, and underneath this h4 I'm going to write a paragraph with the class of user handle, like a Twitter handle or some, and then Rihanna dev would be the Twitter handle. Okay, so that's that. Now if you save our file, so here you can see we have that data right here, but we don't have any images and stuff like that. Now what I'll do is that I'll click on this card, this simple card, and I'm gonna select it right here. So this is going to be the data for the first card, and I'm going to duplicate that like 2 times, so card 2 and 3. Okay, so now let's just change this data to like something else. So we have image 1, then we have image 2. This one will be image 1. Where are you? This one will be image 1, this one will be image 2, and change this name to like John Doe maybe. So I'm gonna write like John Doe, and this one handle will be now like Mr. JD for John Doe. And you can also change the info if you want to, but in my case that's looking better. And I'm going to also remove this Rihanna Day from here, and I'm gonna just replace it with something else like I don't know, some Indian girl name. So I don't know. Okay, so I have just select this. I've selected these names from Google. It doesn't even matter because it's just a simple text. You can replace it with your own. Save file, and yeah, here you can see we have different kind of data right here. Okay, so we have Rihanna, and then we have John Doe, and then we have the last name. Anyways, so now let's get in to our, what do we call it, clients. So let's just write clients, or not client but reviews. There we go. So now I'm inside this review section. So what do I have to do? First of all, so let me just think. I'm going to just write like clients. First of all, let me just get my clients, and I'm going to give a height of like 100 VH, and margin for the top I'm going to give him like 15 rems. And now let me just select my H1 right here, and text alignment will be now totally set to the right, and also margin for the right will be now set to 4 rem. And margin for the top I'm going to give him like 8 rem. So let me just write 8 rems, and color will be totally white, and also font size will be now set to 4 rems. And font family will be that main font, so I'm going to render that main font right here. And font weight will be normal. Font family will be main font, but font weight will be normal. And transformation will be now set to translate it to the y-axis minus 50 pixel. Okay, so then we have to select our span, and background color will be now set to label, and then color. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. So now let's just take care of these stuff. I'm going to go underneath this, and I'm going to just start working on our section. If the section have a class of cards container, now inside that we are going to be selecting our cards, and I'm going to provide display of flex in it. And flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be not self but justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be also set to centered, like align items. There we go, and center. Alright, so if you save there, everything is now perfectly at the center. So now let's just play around with that. So inside these cards, I'm going to be selecting my each card. Okay, so just a singular card, and background color will be now set to totally 2B252E. So this is going to be my card colored. So I'm going to also give a padding of 40 pixel, and the color will be totally white. Okay, so underneath there, I'm going to write a line height of 1.5. and the margin will be now set to 10 pixels. So if you save our file, and I didn't okay, so we have some error, background is not defined. Okay, BSCK, and now if you save that, oh come on, let's just remove that. And yeah, you know what, let me just write it manually. I'm gonna cut this color from here. Let me just hit Control X, and background will be now set to this color. So oh my goodness, why in the world it's giving us an error? So okay, we include 2 files, so now it's looking better if we save it, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyways, so now let's just take care of our paragraph, which is inside this card. So I'm going to select my paragraph, and I'm going to just provide a width of like 200 pixel, and the font family will be now set to primary font, and also the color will be RGB, and I'm going to provide like 197, and then comma. Let me just copy that, paste it, and paste it one more time. Let's just remove that comma from the last one, save it, and this is how it looks like right now. Anyways, so underneath this paragraph, I'm going to select my user info like so, and I'm going to provide a display of flex in it, and the align LIGN items will be now set to totally center. Justify corner will be also set to center. So if you check it out, and yeah, that's looking better. Now let me just go inside there, and I'm going to be selecting my user image, and I'm going to just provide a margin for the right like 20 pixel, and width will be just 50 pixel, and you know what, height will be also set to 50 pixel, because we want our image to be a little bit smaller, and border radius will be 100 pixel. And background, let me just put my URL in it, and I'm going to get my images. So go to the images, and then clients. Oh my goodness, so let me just go up above, go to the images, then clients, select the first one, and yeah, I'm gonna remove this dot from here like so. And now if you save that, and here you can see we have that images right here, but I messed it up something. Okay, so we have you know, I will take care of that just in a second, but I'm gonna write a background image IMAGE and then covered. So if you save that, and yeah, we have that image, but it's looking weird. I don't know why. Let's just take a look. And I just figured out the solution is that I messed up something inside there. I didn't close it manually, so I'm going to remove this one from here, and I'm going to close it right here. So if you save our file, so this one is looking better. So now let's just take care of the other one. So we have this div right here, and let's just delete that one, and let's just put it right here. So if you save that, this one is looking better. And now let's just take care of this one. So let's just remove that one and write a closing tag for it. So if you save that, and yeah, everything is looking better right here. So what do you have to do next? So now let's just change these images from here. So where is that? Now let's just change these images. Underneath that, I'm going to be selecting my other image, which will be user image 2. Okay, so I'm going to be using this same image. So let me just copy that, and I'm going to paste it right here, and let me just write dot and go to the images. Then we have our not projects but the clients, and now let's just select this alley, and let's just remove these periods from there, and I'm going to be finally duplicating it and change this one to 3. I'm gonna write like 3 and go to the top like by writing dot, and I'm going to go to the images, then I'm going to go to the clients, and then finally we have this image right here. So if you saw our file and everything is working the way we expect them to work, but I'm going to also have to remove it from here. So if you save that, and let's just see, something is not right. So if you save that one more time, oh my god, let's just check them out. We got a lot of bugs in this project, so now let's just remove that. And I was prepared, but I don't know why, man. Come on, let's just go to the clients, period, go to the images, go to the clients, then let's just select this image from here, and I'm going to remove this empty space. I'm going to remove these dots from here. Okay, so something is not right. I guess we're going to specify this image 3 right here. So now let's just do that. Alright, so let me just write image 3 and save our file. And yeah, it will just replace it with this image. That's because I didn't reuse this variable, so I'm gonna have to reuse that and save our file. And here you can see everything is working the way we expect them to work. So finally, let's just create our footer area. So I'm gonna say bye-bye to this one, and underneath this section, I'm gonna be creating my footer. And inside this footer, I'm going to be writing a div with a class of logo container, and inside the containers, container, there we go, I'm going to write h1 of portfolio, and paragraph will be just dummy lorem ipsum, and let's just remove a few of them. And underneath this paragraph and div as well, I'm going to be writing my div with a class of about company, and inside there I'm going to be writing my div with a class of footer container. So this is going to be the container for our footer, and let me just write h1 of about and paragraph of news and blogs. Okay, so news and blogs and paragraph of features. Yeah, that's looking better. And finally we have about us. Okay, so now let me just duplicate that a few times. So we have footer container 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so now let's just change these label to something else, like I don't know, I'm going to change that to like company. Just random I don't know, just random words, and capital how we work, WRK and question mark. And finally, and now let's just replace it with capital, and this one will be now set to security, and this one will be set to contact us. And I'm going to remove this final one. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. I'm going to go to my footer, so I'm going to go to footer. And now let me just take care of this footer very quickly. So this is not that much styling, but hey, let's just write it. So let me just write footer. I'm gonna write margin for the top of like 10 rem, and display will be totally set to flex direction, not flex direction but flex wrap will be set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to space around, and align items will be now set to center, and color will be totally pure white. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. And now let's get into our H1. So I'm gonna write like H1 right here, and font size I'm gonna increase that to 2 rem. Save it. Yeah, font size is increased. So now let's just take care of that paragraph as well. So now I'm going to just select my paragraph inside this folder, and I'm gonna give him a max width of like 400, but let me just write it max width of 400 pixel. And I'm going to also set the font family to like a primary font, and the line height I'm going to set that to 25 pixels if you save that. And this is how it looks like right now. So now let's just take care of this section. Anyways, so I'm going to go to my about company. So about company, and I'm going to write a display of flex in it, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Justify content will be now set to totally center. Align items will be now totally set to center. Okay, so underneath them I'm going to be selecting my footer container. Let me just write a margin for the right. It will be now set to 40 pixel, and margin for the top will be now set to 20 pixel. And I'm going to select this H1, and I'm going to also provide a margin bottom for it like 50 pixels if you save that. And that's looking like this. Yeah, that's looking better. Now let's just take care of this paragraph. So I'm gonna hit enter right here, and I'm gonna also hit enter right here. And what I'll do, I'll just select my paragraph, and I'm going to just provide a font family of primary font. Okay, so margin for the bottom will be now set to 20 pixels. So if you save that, this is how it looks like, but I don't know what's up with this one. So we have paragraph, and let's just check him out. So did I just mess up something in here? No, we have footer container. Yeah, that's because we don't have third one. So I'm gonna copy the security from there, and I'm gonna paste it right here. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. Anyways, so that's that. Now let's just take care of the responsiveness of this site. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna write a media queries right here. So media just for a footer, and I'm gonna write and the max width is 1000 pixels. So let me just write 1000 pixel. For that we have to write 100 of 80 VH, and the margin for the top will be now set to 20 rem. Yeah, that's going to be the first one. Now let's just duplicate that and change this media query to 800. So I'm gonna write 800 right here, and the max width will be the height will be in this case 140, and the margin will be just 30 rems. So if you save that, and if you just make it smaller, and yeah, everything is looking better for now. Okay, so this is how our project will look like on a smaller device, and everything is working the way we expect him to work, and you can explore it in different kind of devices if you want to. But in my case, that's looking better. Alright, so thanks for watching, and that was the end of this course. If you want to check out my other courses, so I've got courses on HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Golang. I've got a Visual Story Coder. I have like 100 projects in 100 days in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. This is a Sass course, and I've got other course called Haml in CSS if you want to check that out. And I'm currently working with different kind of projects for this course, but hey, this is just a simple project which I want to build for beginners, and now you totally know what a Sass is and how you can work with that. So congratulations. Now you know what Sass is and how you can work with that. So I guess that was it about for this course, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. So bye bye for now.